Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Friday. We are back, and we're going to be doing more Dune tonight. Also, Itzy, it's good to see you. How you doing? How are the things? And hopefully this worked and didn't fuck everything up. You're fucking high? Ooh, okay. So does that mean I should tease you with food porn talk? Okay, so this coming week, I'm going to be doing a couple of things. But here's the idea. The idea is I've got one corned beef brisket, and I've got a regular beef brisket point and a regular beef brisket flat, right? So the plan is smoke all three of them, and then when Happy B-Day on Wednesday better be a thing you're doing, well, of course, if it's coming up on Wednesday, 100%. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to smoke them, and then once they're done, I pull apart the corned beef brisket, and I use that for Reubens. The other two, which are just the regular smoked beef brisket, is those will be used as like actual sides, right? So you have corned beef brisket, smoked corned beef brisket Reubens with sides of smoked brisket plus a side of homemade smoked baked mac and cheese plus cornbread plus a blooming onion. Now, today was trying to figure out the logistics of when I have to do everything and so on. And the brisket flat that I have, which is the regular brisket, it's got no fat on it whatsoever. It's not even worth trying to trim it. But the brisket point that I do have and was able to buy separately because I couldn't find a full brisket, does have some fat. Maybe I'll do a little bit of trimming, but not by much. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to, whatever trimmings I take off the point, I'm going to slow cook down into tallow. And I also have bacon fat from cooking bacon last night. And then I'm also going to mix in a little bit of Crisco, and here's why. The brisket flat's going to need a lot of help, because again, there's like zero fat on the thing, right? So what I'm going to do is the flat and the point, I'm going to cook together as one thing. So they're going to be seasoned differently or whatever. But once they're on the smoker and they get all the smoke, I'm going to wrap them together in butcher paper. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wrap them together in butcher paper and then put them back on the smoker. Okay? And then when it comes time for the corned beef brisket and the regular beef brisket to come off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that the corned beef brisket, which will already be in a foil boat, has this mixture of Crisco and bacon fat and tallow poured over the top of it and then sealed and then put in the oven. And then the two halves of the regular beef brisket will still be in the butcher paper. I'll open it up, one, to cut off the burnt ends, and then two, to add this mixture in, wrap it back up, and then I'm going to wrap it again in aluminum foil, and then shove it in the oven and let it sit at 200 degrees overnight, and then all that next day, so that by the time it all comes out, whether it wants to or not, it's going to be falling apart. Because what'll end up happening is both sets of brisket, if you're going to leave it in the oven for that long and it's moisture locked, it'll braise both of them. And that's kind of what I'm going for. Is this a weird cry for help? Because this is like a meat-flavored atom bomb. Well, that's what I kind of wanted to go for. I figured, fuck it, go big or go home, right? This all started because in my freezer, I had a brisket flat. And I was like, ooh, I haven't smoked a brisket here in a minute, but this is only a brisket flat. This fucker's gonna need some help, right? So then I thought, well, what if I get a corned beef brisket and I smoke both of those, and the corned beef brisket I use for Reubens? Awesome. But the problem is that the beef brisket flat is still going to come out insanely dry because there's no fat on it whatsoever. And unfortunately, the only way to, like, really stop that from happening is to either cook it on its own and just submerge it in fat and everything else, or get a beef brisket point, which does have all the fat in it, and kind of cook it as if I basically just took one big ass brisket and sliced it down the middle for some stupid reason. And cook it that way, because if you cook it all together, it'll help the flat out. And then I just said, well, fuck it. I've got everything. Why don't I just use all of it? Okay. Seems like we're okay. I got 16 days left. That's good. Okay, everything's fine. Take this. How's my health? Health is good. My suspensor belt's fucked, but I'll deal with that in a minute. Oh no. There we go. Okay, here. Alright. Better than nothing. How are these looking? 15 days. Yeah, these are all good. Hey, Aylin, how you doing? That was a new sound. I swear to God, if that thing crashes onto my fucking building, I'm gonna be pissed. Doing okay. I was a little worried at first because there was an update that Windows had to push for whatever reason, but got through that. Corgi, what's going on? Okay, let me see. What do I have here? That's all good. Altars wasn't it? I mean, we were trying it last night, but I think the problem with altars is that even for somebody that's dead sober, they don't give you a whole lot in terms of, like, how the hell you're supposed to do anything. Got your replacement GPU, nice. Like, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with the altars. It's a really cool concept. I really like the concept, but they got to be a little bit more clear in how they want things done. They really do. Because they just go, oh, we'll do this and expect you to know it, and there's absolutely no way in hell you'd ever know it. Not at the very beginning in a tutorial. Refuel. Okay, we're good there. Okay, that's all set. Let me go to settings. Yep, that's all good. A Thropolopterer? The thing does work really well, though. Heliclocker. Nice. That's easier to say than helicopter. I'm still just getting used to this thing, so... Okay. Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. That'll work. God, that thing is so much fun to fly. Okay. So, where do I have to go today? Well, that's one objective. Is it the Hollow Hammer? Is that what they want me to go do? I don't know. And there's still plenty over here that I need to do. Clearing entire fights as a blade dancer is so fun. I could see that. I could totally see that. Okay. I'm assuming they want me to just do it. Yeah, just... Okay, so that's the Mentat thing. What the hell's going on over here? Oh, okay. I know this whole thing sucks. I know that. So, how am I for ammo here? I'm okay. Not good, but not terrible either. Because I think that's what I'm going to have to go after next. Okay, I'll just give it time, and I'll wait for the next storm. And then I should be okay, except... Put that in there, for sure. Do this. Do that. Much better. That way, if I need to, especially when I'm flying or something like that, I can just land, get out, put the thing away, pop the still tent up, and then I'm good for a storm. Just 2 spider mommies hurling through space. Oh boy. So what's everybody got going on this weekend? What are you guys planning on doing? Not a damn thing. Oh, hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I reloaded, and my eagle was replaced with a naked cherub baby thing. Huh? You got me on that one, Itzy. I have no idea. What do you got going on for this weekend? Sleep. Hey, sleep is good. Ain't nothing wrong with sleep ever. Cold, cold sleep. Yes, that's good stuff. Going to see the F1 movie? Okay, fair. Heard that was supposed to be pretty good. What's the date today, anyway? It is currently the 11th. Fuck, really? It's only the 11th? Get some work done around the house. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I guess it really is the 11th. Shit, okay. It does kind of feel like it's dragging. Yeah, it does in a lot of ways, for sure. Aylin, what about you? What are you doing this weekend? Oh, also, I was reading up on Dune Awakening stuff. So apparently, and this was data mined, but apparently there is a third faction eventually that will be in the game. I guess most people are pointing to it probably being like a smugglers faction that would be in between the Harkonnen and the Atreides to kind of balance everything out. I was like, ooh, that might be fun. Been so damn sticky lately? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know this coming week, I'm supposed to be just, like, absolutely, like, hammered with fucking rain. Which I'm not looking forward to, but it is what it is. Oh boy. Why you do this, Ping? Okay. Fuck it, let's just go for it. I got shit to do. I don't got shit to do that badly. God damn it. I fucking knew that was gonna happen too. Son of a bitch. Sandstorm. Yeah. Yeah, that thing's a-coming. God damn it. Whoa. There we go. Now I gotta wait. I knew that was gonna happen as soon as I took the Thopter out. That's what I was kind of waiting on, but... I don't know if that's gonna hit me, but... No, it doesn't look like it. Goofy and weather and floods are the fault of the Great Cheeto because the government controls the weather. I swear that... It's like the fucking flat earthers. Like, that's just... It drives me nuts. It absolutely drives me nuts. I'm no fan of a lot of things, but... Like, come on. I'm now eligible for a set of stairs in Dune Awakening. Nice. Got you a window? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, you want to know the worst part about Idiocracy? The worst part about Idiocracy is not that it's prophetic, because it isn't. It's that people made it prophetic. Because I remember watching that fucking thing in high school, and I remember going, okay, well, this is absolutely stupid. And then there were other people like, yo, no, it's the funniest fucking thing ever, and like this, that, and those are the fucking people who made it true. Yeah, it's the funniest fucking thing ever. Great. Awesome. Good job. Walls would still be funny as fuck. Yes, weather manipulation can be a thing, but not to the extent that people are talking about. Not to that extent. No way in hell. Because people are sitting there and they're going, oh, well, I mean, everything happened in Texas because of weather manipulation. As if somebody somewhere just went, no, fuck it, people deserve to die in Texas, drown them. And then hit a button. Made it rain inside a warehouse party once, like inside. Yeah, you can do that. Absolutely. No, that's the problem, True, is that that's exactly what they think. I wish I was kidding, but these are the same people that literally go, well, prove to me that the world is round, because they brought a fucking bubble level on an airplane and put the bubble level on the tray table, and it read as flat. Same people. Like, people are in fact that dumb. I wish they weren't, but they are. There we go. Due to cloud seeding that they took, people are dumb. That really is just all there is to it. People are dumb. This the guy?
From Adam.
Ah,
Slag
okay.
off.
You're in the Mobula gang, are you not?
What's it to you? Better yet, just keep walking.
There are 206 bones in the human body.
What's this then, a bio lesson?
Crack open a bone and you can suck marrow and answers out of it.
Wait. What the hell is this?
Oh boy. Problem is, I have 238 questions.
What?
So I'm going to have to improvise with your teeth. Ow.
No, wait. I'm just a grunt. I don't know nothing. Starkey. You want Starkey?
And where do I find Starkey? Here's a sync chart, just point.
You'll find Starkey here.
South of the Rift. Thank you for your cooperation. Oh. That was fucking easy. Okay. No, it's people are just dumb. I wish there was a better explanation, but there isn't. People just are stupid. Nice. What's the use of those things other than travel? So, you can go out and mine and put stuff in storage. They do also have assault thopters, which are really nice, that have weapons pods and stuff like that on them. And then there's also carrier thopters, which are massive and allow you to pick up other, like, really heavy equipment and transport it from one place to another.
Don't like your looks. Beat it. How the hell do you know that name? Only fellow Mobula call me that, and you ain't Mobula.
Brent sold you out, said you're the man with the info.
I can't believe they gave me up. I've had it with this gang. Things turned sideways ever since we started associating with the slavers.
Okay.
Fine. I'm through with this street rat outfit. We made a deal at this slaver base. I'll give you the coordinates.
Okay. So you can actually have air battles with them and stuff like that. The carrier can lift basically almost any kind of vehicle that's available right now. from one area to the next. So if you have like a sand crawler, right, that's going to be mining a shit ton of spice, that's great, but those things are slow as fuck and they make a lot of noise. So if you're out in the deep desert and you got this massive team of people, you're going to want at least a carrier thopter, because the sand crawler isn't going to be able to make it out of its own way if a worm comes. So the carrier thopter would pick the thing up and get it out of danger. What do you get out of spice that you can't otherwise? So, in the lore, spice is quite literally everything. It's in food, it's in drinks, it's used in the creation of weapons, it's used for space travel, it's used to make people smarter, it does literally everything. Makes people live longer, and so on. The way that they have it done in the game is that spice is currently two things. It's currently the ultimate commodity because it sells for a fuck ton. But the other thing that it is too is it actually gives you prescience. So like the purple bar that I have at the bottom that's only halfway filled, if I have more spice, whether it be spice food or drink or whatever, and I fill up my prescience bar, when I'm in combat, I'll literally be able to Neo the fuck out of everything. But there is a catch. And that catch is this bar on the left. Right? So you have purple, you have gray, and then you have red. Every time you hit the prescient thing, this bar goes into the red, right? Which means that you're going to be suffering from withdrawals. The only way to help with those withdrawals are to eat and drink more spice stuff. And if the little indicator there gets all the way to the bottom of the red, you die. So spice is quite literally the ultimate drug. That's essentially what it is. Oh, Jesus. I didn't realize you could land there. Okay, so let me see. Go here. And oh, God. Okay. Oh, that was close. So yeah, spice is the ultimate drug. It gives you all these different powers that typically you wouldn't normally have access to, and on top of that, it's literally the ultimate commodity because it powers a lot of advanced stuff, and it's components in a lot of different building, like components for building shit and so on. It does a lot. So is this just another generic survival crafting game, or is there an actual goal? Yeah, there is a story, believe it or not. The entire story of this game is you need to find out what happened to the Fremen. So this is an alternate reality versus what we see in the movies. Paul was never born in this reality. And instead, what ends up happening is Jessica has a daughter, like she's supposed to, but they find out about the assassination plot against Duke Leto Atreides, so then the Atreides and the Harkonnens go to war over it, and you are an agent of basically the Bene Gesserit, who is trying to find out what the fuck happened to the Fremen. Because at this point, this takes place, I want to say like 6 or 7 years after the events of the first book. During the time frame in which the original book would have happened, the Emperor sent all of his Sardaukar troops to Dune to kill the Fremen, and the Fremen just left. So no one has any idea where the Fremen went. I'd have to read all the books and watch all the movies for it to make sense? No. Not at all. You'll have a much better understanding, sure, but no, you don't have to watch all the shit and read everything. So that is the one, huh? No, you don't have to. Probably be a good idea to have an understanding of what you're getting into for sure. But you don't have to by any means. Search for information about other bases. Okay. But because, and again, this is where I say they kind of misrepresented what this actually is. And I'll keep on saying that because I really feel like they did. This is an MMO, so they are going to be adding new stuff. There is going to be another faction, and so on. And that's all fantastic stuff. Great. But yeah, I mean, it takes time, right? So the story stuff right now isn't terrible. It's kind of like the introduction where you're still trying to basically get your feet wet as somebody who now lives on Arrakis. Hello. Okay, well, they're killing each other. Fuck. There we go. That's actually one thing I wanted to check out in a little bit. I saw a tiny bit of it, but yeah. I just get... Jesus. I get so sick and tired of exclusives, though. Like, I understand why they exist, but I hate that they exist. Jesus. Holy shitstorm. There we go. Jesus, guys. Aha. There we go. Sabotage generator. Okay. Yeah, I get so fucking sick of exclusives. I really do. The fuck's the generator? Oh, here we go. Aha, there. Nice. Sabotage vehicle. What the fuck? Where? Okay. Now what? Can I go? Are we done? Enter Chattel Passage? I don't even know where that is. There we go. Whoa, what the fuck was that all about? Hello? That was fucking weird. Yeah, we'll watch it here in a little bit. Nice. Yeah, I really wish that exclusives weren't a thing anymore. I really wish they weren't, but it is what it is. What are you gonna do? Oh, they just want me to go over there. Oh, well, that's nothing. I could do that. It's just, I don't know, it's stupid nowadays, in my opinion. It really is. It's just really stupid to do them now. At least they're moving more and more away from full exclusiveness. I mean, they kind of don't have a choice. That's the biggest thing, right? They just don't. Unless you're Nintendo, they don't have a choice. Like, Microsoft can't keep stuff on the Xbox. Sony can't keep stuff on the PlayStation. They just can't anymore. From a marketing and profit POV, it's not really stupid. What's not really stupid? What, exclusiveness? Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Just because something has worked for so long doesn't mean that it works anymore. And I'm really glad that they're finally starting to put the pieces together and figure that out. It only took them it took them literally 3 video game consoles that didn't sell half as well as anybody would have wanted them to. Basically, it took them 3, because you have the Xbox Series S and the Xbox Series X. Those underperformed. PlayStation 5 underperformed. For a lot of the same reasons the Xboxes did, but it still underperformed. Right? And it took them years, even after those fucking things were released, to finally go, okay, maybe we should probably start getting away from the exclusive thing, because now people just aren't buying them. And it's like, well, Yeah. Duh. Better late than never. Well, I mean, it was almost too late. And that's kind of the biggest issue, which really, really sucks, because you have companies that are basically being shut down seemingly every day on Microsoft's end now, whose only fucking crime was literally being a part of Microsoft. And that really sucks, and it's because they got way too big, way too ambitious, didn't change what they needed to, and then it came back and bit them in the ass, and now they can't afford to wait. Make better games that are exclusive and your console sales will show the facts, which it has. Not to the same extent that they have in the past. That's the point. You cannot say that for the PlayStation 5, because how many exclusives does the PlayStation 5 currently have? And how many people are chomping at the bit to go run out and currently buy a PlayStation 5 because of all the exclusives? How many people are running out to go to their nearest, GameStop or wherever, or logging on to Amazon to buy a brand new Xbox Series X and S because of all the exclusives that Microsoft has? They aren't. Not even remotely compared to what the PS4 and the Xbox One did. Not even remotely compared to what the PS3 and the Xbox 360 did. Right? So it's getting less and less. It just is. There aren't that many exclusives on the PS5 that people are going to go, oh my god, I absolutely need the $700 video game box for. It's not going to happen. It isn't. Not anymore. Did it work in the past? Yeah, absolutely. And, to be fair, it still 100% works for Nintendo, but that's because of the way that Nintendo has, put themselves in the market. Right? Nintendo's not going to be selling you a Nintendo Switch that also has access to Demon's Souls. Yeah, you did it ahead of time. How many exclusives are there that people are going to go fucking bananas for to go out of their way for now? That's the point, right? If you look at all the things that PlayStation 5 has, and you compare it to all the things that the PC doesn't have, is it worth going out and getting a PS5? Because for me, and I know that there's tons of people like me, the answer is absolutely not. If this was 15, 20 years ago, I'd be like, oh, fuck, I need a PS4. I need one because you got all this great stuff on it and so on and yada, and that's fantastic, right? There's literally nothing on the PS5 or any of the Xboxes that I would, at the drop of a hat, turn around and go, I need to buy this. There's nothing. All those exclusives are still exclusive because they don't want an Xbox either and don't want a PC. No, you don't understand. Consoles are dying. They are. Consoles are dying. People who consider themselves gamers that only buy consoles, that group is getting smaller every single day. That's why, seemingly, you have a company like Microsoft that is doing everything that it is currently doing. Right? That's one of the biggest reasons why Microsoft went back to Bethesda and said, we need you to remaster Oblivion, because it's a game everybody knows, and regardless of age, at this point, everybody grew up with, at the very least, but it's a dog to get to fucking run on new stuff nowadays. We need a remaster. And then they sold it for less than $70. So it keeps bringing people back. But that's also why, at the same time, you see Microsoft, and Microsoft goes, oh, hey, look, yeah, company that was in partnership with another company to make Perfect Dark again. Yeah, no, we're canceling the project and firing every single one of you. They're doing it because they're circling the wagons. Right? That's what Microsoft is doing. They're circling the wagons because they can see that their core fan base is dwindling. Because what typically happens is people will reach a certain age or something in their lives will happen, and most of the time, especially if they're console gamers, whatever that thing is that stops them will keep stopping them, and they typically don't come back. It's not like they go, oh, fuck this, I'm going over to Sony. Sony has the same problem, too. So everybody's trying to get rid of all these different companies. Everybody's trying to consolidate where they need to. For whatever reason, Phil Spencer has it in his mind that they need to mirror Microsoft, the company, and not Microsoft, the gaming section. To basically make it so that they turn a profit in something that they're not even a part of. But that's because, again, everybody's circling the wagons. That's it. Everybody is. No, Sony's not doing perfectly fine. Not at all. Sony's not only not doing perfectly fine, Sony has no fucking idea what to do when it comes to cloud-based shit. Their cloud-based stuff sucks. It's a bear to get onto the website and navigate so that you can actually pay for the fucking thing. It's a bear to register. The interface is god-awful because it's not even remotely as easy to navigate as Game Pass is. And it actually costs more than Game Pass. And generally speaking, one of the biggest issues with what Sony has versus with what Game Pass has is Game Pass, you can just download the thing and it takes however long it takes to download, and the only thing you need to do is be connected to their servers so that they can verify it's the right account. That's not how it works for Sony. You're literally streaming it from a server live. So you have to have like an insanely good internet connection, not only to play it, but to also stream it. None of that is affecting Sony? Really? None of that is affecting Sony, considering that cloud streaming and stuff like that has literally raised the profit margin for Microsoft by 85% in the last year? And you mean to tell me that Sony ain't missing out on that piece? They're not missing out on a piece of that pie? Bullshit. They've been trying for years and haven't done a fucking thing. You know what that's called? Especially when you're up against a competitor? A waste of money. Because all you're doing is you're pissing away money into something that only a very niche amount of people are even trying to do because you don't know what the fuck to do with your platform. And it goes the same way with Microsoft as well. Microsoft is circling the wagons because they're firing all these people and they're letting go of these companies left and right. And if it's not them, it's absolutely Sony who's doing the same thing. They're circling the wagons as well. Trust me, they're not doing fine. They're literally waiting for the balloon to pop. No, again, you're looking at it way too narrow. Way too narrow. Sony does not look at everything and go, oh yeah, no, we're good. Literally no company does that. If you are a company that is actively spending money and you are getting crushed by your competitor, that is a big red number that does nothing but get bigger if you don't unfuck the problem. Which means you are losing money. That's how it works in the business world. Sony, I guarantee you, is not looking at everything that Microsoft is doing with Oblivion Remastered, with selling a couple of games that probably could go for full price and aren't, with everything that they're doing with Game Pass, with the financial reports that came out about everything that's happened over the last fiscal year, making them a fuck ton of money and everything like that. Sony's not looking at all of that and going, oh yeah, no, we're good. They're just not. They're absolutely not. That's not how businesses run. Not even remotely close. The reason why, I guarantee you, one of the biggest reasons why Microsoft did what they've done over the last, 2 weeks in terms of getting rid of so many people and closing all of these businesses is specifically because right now, Microsoft is trying to transition into doing new stuff, and that's all well and fine. But they also know that they have to cut their losses where they can. Otherwise, as a business, they're going to have these outstanding numbers that they can't do anything about. So they're circling the wagons and they're consolidating everything, and they're waiting for the next big fucking disaster to hit the industry. And when it does, they'll come back stronger because they're preparing now. That's all Microsoft is doing. And unfortunately, at the same time, none of the exclusives that Sony has is making anybody get out of their chairs and going, I have to go buy a PS5 right now. None of them. And even they've said that previously, that one of their biggest issues that they faced when the PS5 was released, which is still a problem, was the fact that A, it didn't sell well because most people were out of a job because of COVID, and B, because of the chip shortage that happened. So they're at least a couple of years behind on production. And that shit just doesn't just go away. So not only do you not have people not buying your shit, but no way for them to actually buy your shit for an extended period of time, to the point where even if you do come out with a new game and shit finally does get fixed, people go, nah, I'm good. I've already got everything that I want. And you know what, on second thought, going out and buying a console for 1 or 2 exclusives, is it really worth it? No, not really. That's why Microsoft is doing what they're doing right now. That's why during the latest Xbox Gaming Showcase, they said absolutely nothing about the Series X and S and only talked about their portable one, because they know that their console is not doing well. And what they're trying to do is phase from something that isn't making them any money into something that absolutely will make them money. But they're not going to come out and say, oh, we're canceling the Xbox. Because you can't get those people back. You just can't. That's just how it works. When it comes to people who are console gamers, something always happens, and it doesn't matter what, and it doesn't matter when, but something always happens where they go, yeah, this is the last console. They may even have intentions to buy the next gen console, but something always happens, and then that's it. They're not getting one. That's one less revenue string that Microsoft and or Sony has to deal with, and they're not going, well, fuck this, I'm jumping ship to the competitor. They're not doing that at all. They're just gone. That's it. So it's not like Sony and Microsoft are sitting there and like fighting each other or anything like that when it comes to, oh, well, you know, we can bring more people over to our side if we have all these exclusives. No. The amount of people that have the PS5 are basically the amount of people that are going to keep having the PS5 for the rest of its life. And they'll go out and they'll buy the exclusives, but that's because they already have it. But there's no incentive for anybody currently to go out and buy a PS5. And just like there's no incentive for anybody to go out now and buy an Xbox Series S or X. Especially considering that they just started talking about their mobile one, which is going to be even better than the S and X combined. So yeah, they're circling the wagons. They absolutely are. And I guarantee literally no company is sitting there going, ah, yeah, we're fine. None. Because that's not how companies work. If you're not making money, it's because you're losing it or you're spending it somewhere you shouldn't be. And unfortunately, that's just how it works. That's just what it is. It sucks, but it's the truth. Because here's the thing that you have to remember, just fine when it comes to console sales, just fine is literally code for business is working the way that it should, i.e. normally. Not we're doing extremely well, not we're underperforming, not we're 7,000% over what we think we should be at, nothing like that. Fine just literally means business is working as it typically would under the current circumstances. That's all it means. That doesn't mean that they're still not losing money. I mean, compared to what? They're like, as much as I hate to put it that way, but compared to what? You can't, as much as I would love to, because there's a lot of rules that have been adopted back and forth between the industries, you can't look at the movie industry and go and use them to compare, because that's not how it works, right? They're in two vastly different industries that you can't go, oh, well, the movie industry is doing absolute shit compared to the video game industry. They're two different markets completely. Come on, Storm. Hurry up, please. Thank you. Jeebus. And here's another thing to consider, and this is something that's been said time and time and time again. And generally speaking, most people agree with it. There's a reason why people sit there and go, oh, well, chances are after the next console generation, there won't be any more consoles. if both companies were doing fucking amazingly fine, nobody would even be considering that. That wouldn't even be a discussion by word of mouth. Because you're looking at it the wrong way. You are looking at it the wrong way entirely. That's why. You're looking at the right now. That's not how businesses work, ever. I've worked for so many different companies, both corporate and blue collar and everything, and trust me, that is not how companies work, ever. If everything is going fine, it's only going fine because literally they just saved a fuck ton of money by firing a bunch of people. Or because they canceled something that has been nothing but a giant red number in their ledger for the longest time. That's it. And even when things are fine, guess what? Sad to say, they're not really all that fine. Because then they sit there and they find excuses as to why they could be doing better. Well, if they're doing fine, then why is it that they need to be doing better? Companies don't ever think that way. They never have. And unfortunately, that's why you have so many companies that have literally put themselves out of a job. Right? Because they become too greedy. They become way too fucking greedy. Because they only see red numbers and they go, well, either we get rid of shit or we do something drastic and change it and hopefully that'll work. And they don't sit there and they go, oh, well, I mean, this year was fantastic and that means we're doing great. No. All that money that was lost during COVID, guaranteed they're still trying to make that money back that they were projected to make before everything went to shit. I guarantee it. Because that's essentially 2 years that they couldn't do anything. You think that's going to sit well with Sony? Come on. There he is, finally. People are saying Death Stranding 2 isn't a success. Again, compared to what? There we go. Jesus.
Ah, there's someone here. Who are you?
The fuck is this guy?
I see someone.
Who the fuck is he?
Yourself.
Huh.
Someone's
Weird. They gotta be over there. That's the only thing I can think of. Don't make sequel, it won't be as good as the original. I mean, there is something to be said about that, but I don't know. Kojima's never really had an issue. It's down? Really? Here's the thing that sucks. Really sucks when it comes to video game shit. And this is why I say there's a lot of things that they've adapted over time from movies and everything else in terms of how projections work and how they make their money and what's considered a success and so on, right? There are plenty of movies out there that did very, very, very well in terms of what they expected, right? But because they didn't get over a certain threshold, they're not considered a success. Which is really stupid. Really, really stupid. But, unfortunately, that's the way the game is played, too.
Who's there? Identify yourself.
Of course they do.
Shield on. Fire backup.
Not possible to place vehicle. Go out here. There we go. Okay. No, see, the issue is that they think they're playing the long game, but unfortunately, they're not playing it as well as they think they are. No company is. Because the way that everything is changing currently, there's no possible way for them to know how things are going to go for them. So Microsoft is just doing the best that it can. They're not even really playing any sort of long game, especially when they're circling the wagons. If they were playing the long game, they wouldn't have bought out all those companies that they did just to turn around and shit can the entire workforce. Especially when they're in the middle of development, because it's going to take too long. That's not playing the long game, not even remotely close. They're waiting for the next bag of shit to happen. That's what they're waiting on. And at the same time, they're trying to phase out of what they were doing, which they even acknowledged wasn't working anymore, into something that is more akin to what people really, really want from something like the Nintendo Switch. Right? Like, you want to talk about something that's going to benefit Microsoft, and I have no problem saying this. It'll absolutely benefit Microsoft going away from what is basically their last full-blown console where you have to be at home to play it, to this new way of doing things where it's, oh yeah, by the way, you got Game Pass? Congratulations. Now you have a video game console that you can take everywhere with you. You can download everything ahead of time from Game Pass that you want, and you can also do it from Steam. That is massive, but it doesn't come without a price. And the reason why they're doing things the way that they're doing it, especially with the timing, is because they keep having to give the people something to latch onto. Because if they don't, those people aren't going to just go, oh, fuck you guys, I'm going over to Sony. They're just gone. So they have to keep constantly, especially in a transition, they have to keep constantly feeding the carrot. Because if they don't, by the time they get to where they want to be, nobody's going to be there to care. shit canning all their projects makes me think they're incompetent. It's not even that they're incompetent. The problem is that unfortunately the entire industry is changing so fast they don't know what to do anymore, right? It sucks that Perfect Dark isn't going to be made anymore, and it also does suck that Romero Games is no longer a thing. That got shut down, right? It really does suck. But at the time when those companies were purchased or they gave the funding over to that company, everything was starting to look up. Now it's not. So they sit there and they go, okay, well, how much more money are we going to need to dump into this until the thing can sustain itself? And if it goes past a certain threshold, they go, no, that's way too fucking much. They fire everybody at that company and then they close up shop and sell off the assets that they want to get rid of. Or they just pull the funding like they did with Romero Games. And then everybody's left to sit there and just basically they're left out in the middle of the ocean with no raft. That's it. Right? So they're not even playing the long game. Right now, what they're doing is they're going, oh shit. And they're trying to circle the wagons because they know shit's going to hit the fan. So they're trying to consolidate because they know that they're going to lose money. But it comes down to, do we want to make sure that the money we lose is because of a decision we made, or that it's because of happenstance and we decided to do nothing, which potentially loses us even more money? And to be fair, they're not wrong. It sucks, but they're not wrong. Like, I hate how the gaming industry is going. I really, really do. But unfortunately, there's also not a whole hell of a lot anybody's going to be able to do about it. It just is what it is at this point. Ooh, Itzy, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I'll do that when I get to the world map. Yes, travel the world map. There we go. Oh. Okay. Go over this way. Arakeen. Nice. Marvel's Blade will probably finish in 2027. Honestly, should have canned that instead of Perfect Dark. I mean, there's a million different things that they could have done but didn't, which sucks. Oh my god. I wish my fucking back would, like, calm down. Was this way? Yeah. We get to go say hi to Jeffrey Combs.
I calculated you returning a half hour ago. You have returned. You have brought me useful data regarding the Mobula gang, yes?
I have indeed.
Give it to me. Oh, yes. This is quite excellent. I suspected a Harkonnen connection, but this confirms it. This fits into my plans.
Then you will give me Mentat training.
Yes, after one more task. Yes.
God damn it.
I will then train you, if your mind is ready.
Okay. I guess I talk to him again?
I calculated you returning a half hour ago.
Okay, what's my part in the next step of your plans?
Yes. I was lost within my head again. Forgive me. The curse of being a mentat is being unable to stop analyzing your data.
Okay. I take it the data I acquired was useful then.
Yes. The Mnemic film is a treasure trove. The Harkonnen covertly funding the Mobula gang is a detail the Atreides would find quite interesting. I would like you to present our findings to Thufir Hawat. You are more personable than me. I would like Hawat to be suitably impressed.
Okay. The Atreides would make for worthy allies.
Hawat would make for a commendable superior. I could learn much from him. I must belong again. I must ensure acceptance. I must insulate myself from all possibility of rejection. I will train you if you do this thing.
Okay, I'll bring our findings to Thufir. Sure, fuck it.
Make sure he understands what an asset I would be to his operations.
Okay. Well, that's easy. We know where he is. They got shit, man. Oh, you talk about the one Jeffrey Combs voices. God, I fucking love how cool this looks. This place looks so fucking awesome.
I'm afraid I am a very busy man. Unless you have something compelling to share with me, I'll attend to matters of import.
Zane DeWitt sent me to deliver this mnemonic film.
Zane DeWitt, you say? Let me have a look.
What don't you get, True?
Thank you. While the Marbula's dealings with the Harkonnen are interesting, I was already aware of them. Moreover, this meddling complicates things.
How so?
Having this information allowed us to manipulate the Harkonnen into thinking they had an advantage. The disruption Zane has caused ruins that.
He has a brilliant mind and would like the chance to work with you.
Tell him that this is not the way into my good graces. That is
Ouch.
all. I have other matters to attend to.
Oh, that sucks. Poor Zane. Why it's so apocalyptic, wastelandy, like made Mad Max but futuristic tech, it's like they purposely keep it that way. No, the reason being is because, for instance, you're literally on a desert planet, right? That's how it goes. You're on a desert planet, and not only is it a desert planet, it is the desert planet, and you can't do anything to the ecology to make it any better. And the reason you can't is because if you do, you kill the thing that makes literally the most powerful substance in the universe. And everything on Arrakis is specifically done, like even the way that these buildings are constructed, and I'll show you, they're all specifically done to do two things: keep people out of the sun and conserve moisture. That's it. For instance, this right here, this big-ass building, this is very, very, very reminiscent of a termite hill. And the reason why it's designed that way is because if you have everything below it that's underground, because of the way that convection works, heat is going to escape out of the top of that and help keep everything down below it relatively cooler. So on a different planet, all the efforts of this planet is fueling a utopia of sorts. I would never call anything a utopia in the universe of Dune, but what I will say is Dune or Arrakis is specifically set up to where if Arrakis goes, like if it goes to hell, if the ecology changes, if the worms die, anything like that, literally all of humanity will collapse. All of it.
I calculated you returning a half hour ago. You've returned. Did you speak to Thufir or what? Did you present the data? What did he say? Was he impressed?
Seems our investigation has only complicated his own plans.
What? No. That can't be right. I must. I mustn't let emotion taint my judgment. This is merely an opportunity to improve my methodology. Yes, I see another path to Atreides' patronage.
Okay, can we start the training?
That is fair. Let us begin.
Yay!
It is a difficult thing to learn to work one's own mind. We learn first that the mind must be allowed to work itself. This is exceedingly strange. You can work your own muscles, exercise them, strengthen them, but the mind acts of itself. Sometimes, when you have learned this about the mind, it shows you things you do not wish to see. Are you prepared to do this?
Yes.
Plunge your mentat sensorium into full awareness. Plunge your mind into the frozen trance where time does not exist. Only the computation exists. Give yourself to the computation.
Oh, okay.
Peculiar. Very, very peculiar.
Peculiar?
You take to the training quickly. Suspiciously so. It is less like you are learning than you are awakening.
Okay, we got that. We should have the things now. Hang on. Okay, I can learn those now. Nice. Okay. As far as Earth goes in this universe, it's a crater. That's all. It's literally just a ruined ball of fire in space. Earth doesn't exist anymore. Long story short, there was a no, it's not a tomb world. It's literally a destroyed world. It's dead. There's nothing. You can't do anything with it. It's all on fire. But what happened is, and this is where reading the books comes into play, what happened is humanity got way too complacent because of AI. And AI started creating its own automatons that could think independently from whatever. But there were some people who were still pretty smart, and those people made the AI turn on the people that it was supposed to serve. So now you have a couple of people in power who are basically turning the rest of all of humanity into slaves through the use of AI, and then one day AI becomes sentient and then rebels against its slave masters, and that starts a war that I think lasts about 4,000 years throughout the entire known universe. At the end of it all, AI is destroyed, and you have the Emperor, actually I should say the Emperor's like great-grandfather, who basically makes a decree that there are to be no thinking machines whatsoever ever built, ever again. But in order to compensate for the loss, they come up with mentats, who are trained in logic and pure mathematics and everything else, right? And mentats are basically human computers. We're getting to that, true. Just hold on. There's a lot of history here. So, having said that, you have the Emperor who's on one planet. You have a bunch of different houses because they went back to a feudal system of doing things, but they're still technologically advanced. But because of the way things went during what was known as the Butlerian Jihad, which was the war with the AI, you can only do things in certain ways through this feudal system to ensure that you don't decimate the entire universe. So, for instance, they have this thing called Canly, which is another word for vendetta, right? Canly allows you to assassinate somebody, but you cannot go and assassinate, say, like a duke, his wife, and his children, and all their children, and so on, and wipe out an entire house, because then you're going to leave a power vacuum. You have to leave people that are, even if they're just puppets, you have to leave people that are going to be able to stop a power vacuum from happening in chaos terrain. But in doing so, they also let go of a lot of things, such as insanely advanced weaponry and whatnot, that could only be attained by using thinking machines or AI. Right? So it's kind of a mix between, like, medieval feudalism and super futuristic shit. There are other planets out there. Yes, there are tons of other planets out there. There are planets that even reject these decrees, and they do make a lot of new thinking machines and stuff. There are planets out there that want nothing to do with things that are going on Arrakis, but they also don't have a choice because literally spice is in their food. And if they don't constantly eat spice, they will die. Spice is quite literally the most important substance in the world, right? If you get somebody addicted to spice, they have to keep eating it. And the benefits of constantly eating it are, unless you're actively killed, you will not die of old age. You can seemingly live forever, right? In some instances, such as the Bene Gesserit schools, or the Spacing Guild, or the Mentats, right? Spice is used to enhance abilities. So, for instance, the Bene Gesserit, they use spice to enhance the abilities that allow them to control literally every aspect of their body down to the microcellular level that allows them to do stuff like what's known as the weirding way, which is using the voice to make people do stuff that they want, or control the gender of a baby if one is ordered to give birth to a child, or they can slow their heart rate down to the point where people think that they are completely dead for extended periods of time because they've changed their body chemistry internally in order to allow them to be in basically a suspended animated state for X amount of time. The Mentats literally just use it to keep fueling their logic-addled brains. The Spacing Guild uses it to such an extent that it mutates the people who have been around the longest, and those people are able to see multiple possibilities all at the same time, so that they can actually calculate when and where to launch from when they go faster than light, so that they don't run into a star. But it's all in their heads. Why do people start turning into worms? They don't. They don't. There's only literally one person who ends up turning into a worm, and that's Paul's son. Paul's son ends up turning into a worm, particularly because of I'd actually hang on, let me look this one up because I know this one was kind of complicated. There we go. So, he became a human sandworm hybrid to ensure humanity's survival through a path known as the Golden Path. This path required him to live for thousands of years, and his transformation into a sandworm-like creature allowed him to achieve this longevity and maintain control over the universe. Leto II, with his prescient abilities, foresaw a future where humanity would face extinction. To avert this, he devised the Golden Path, a plan that required him to guide humanity through a long and difficult period of forced stability and eventual scattering. He realized that ensuring the success of the Golden Path required him to live for thousands of years. He achieved this by merging with sand trout, a larval stage of sandworm, and transforming into a human sandworm hybrid. But he's also able to do that for two reasons. One, because he's the son of Paul Atreides. And two, and more importantly, because Paul and Jessica also taught him the way of the Bene Gesserit. So he's able to change his body chemistry slowly in order to become that. Did they have to re-terraform Arrakis, or did they choose somewhere else? What do you mean by re-terraform? Is like turn it back into a desert? Because yes, they did have to at one point, absolutely. Oh, insufficient. Okay, fair. Yes, this is the only planet with spice. It only comes from this planet in the entire universe. This is the only place that it comes from. No, the worms create the spice, but the worms can only live in a certain environment. The worms are only found on Arrakis, but the worms can only live on Arrakis because all the conditions and everything else are perfect for them. They can't live anywhere else. Literally, moisture will kill them. And the worms literally create the spice. And because it's the most powerful substance in the universe, well, there you go. What if they transfer larvae to another desert planet? They won't. And the reason why they won't, specifically, is because the Fremen won't let them. Because the worms are essentially God for the Fremen. And that's why things end up happening the way that they do in the books. Is because the Fremen are destined, one way or another, to launch a jihad against basically the rest of the universe. Whether Paul is there or not. It doesn't really matter. Jesus, they put me out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Well, the Fremen use worm larvae for a bunch of different things, as do the Bene Gesserit. Does that mean he can generate his own spice? No. No, it allows him to live for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years, but he can't, like, make his own spice or anything like that. But he doesn't need to, because he's literally the worm itself. No. No, it extends life, but it's not going to make you immortal. Eventually you will die, but you live so long, the chances are you're going to end up being killed before your life expectancy reaches even remotely close to the end. Oop. Oh, it's probably more than just trillions. Probably, like, by a lot. Come on, gotta get low, gotta get fast. There we go. Nice. Made it in before the sandstorm. Yeah, there's tons of things that go on in the Dune universe, but the reason why the books typically revolve around this planet is because this is, like, the most important planet in the universe. Yeah, this is my base, yep. Okay, so we got the story thing done for Mentat, which is nice. I really don't want to go do that. That sucks. That whole area sucks. I'm trying to think, what else do I need? Let me see. Here. Okay, so we got the Mark IV, which is fine. I don't really need the buggy anymore. I like the buggy, but I don't really need it. So then let's do this. Got all the Mark IV stuff. We got Assault Ornithopter and Scout Ornithopter Mark V. Oh boy. And we got Mark V Sandbike. Trying to think, should I make another Scout or should I make an Assault? Shit, I don't know. Well, let me see. What do we have? Buggy rocket launcher, Assault Ornithopter storage. Okay. Assault Ornithopter rocket launchers. That's nice. Plus thruster. Fuck. That's a tough one. I don't know what I want to go for. That's a really tough one. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll research the bike. Because I got to do that anyway. And then... I guess I'll hold off on seeing what... No. Fuck it, I'll do another Scout for now. Okay. So here, go in here. We need for this, we need duraluminum, which I don't have. And hydraulic pistons, which I don't have. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like there's a lot that happens. Duraluminum. Okay, now I have to figure out where to get duraluminum. Duraluminum is crafted by combining aluminum ingots and jasmium crystals with water. Jasmium crystals are primarily found in the irradiated area of Sheol. And I'll need a radiation suit. Okay. Where the fuck is Sheol? Oh. Oh. Oh, lovely. Okay. So, radiation suit. Disable this. That's all heavy. Still suit, still suit. Okay. No. So let me see here. Mercenary still suit. Here, maybe? Mercenary still suit. What the fuck? Over? Aha. Okay. There's the radiation suit. Silicone and aluminum are easy. Don't have to worry about either of those. It's the plasteel microflora fiber that I have to get. Hooray. Okay. So let me do this. Primarily found within shipwrecks across the game world. Often located in contested areas, can be identified by green icons on the map. Regularly, Alcyon and Haga Basin is a good starting point to efficiently find them. Deploy survey beacons to reveal points of interest, including shipwrecks. Well, duh. Okay, so shipwrecks, basically. Your ass is asleep? Uh-oh. That can't be good. Ooh, actually, you know what? Hang on. Since we're talking about Dune and shit, give me a second. Because there's two videos that I want you guys to see because they are really interesting. They're really interesting. And it deals with Dune. They both do. They're really cool. Turn this down. That's fine. Let me go here. And then let me go here. Because, yeah, I haven't had a reason to, like, show these. But now I do. Okay, so this one is the oldest out of the two. Yeah, which is fine. And this is the newest one. Actually, no, this is the newest one. No shit. Okay, so she's got 3 now. So there is a channel. Her name, I want to say it's Damie Lee. She is an architect, and she has a YouTube channel. She's really good. But here's what we'll do first. Since obviously, you know, we're getting up, we're going to the bathroom, and poor Itzy's got to make her ass not be asleep, and so on. I'm going to use the bathroom really quick as well. And then when we come back, we'll watch these videos, because these are actually really interesting and pertains to the world, or I should say the universe that Dune is in, and everything else. So yeah, give me a minute or two. I'll be back. Get up, grab a drink, grab a snack, do whatever you need to do. You know, get the blood pumping a little bit, and I will be back, and then we'll take a look at these videos. Hi is back. Just like the sands of time, here are our lives swallowed by a worm. I messed that up, but hi. Hi, Crit. How you doing? We're actually just, we took a wee break, waiting for everybody to get back, and then, we're going to be watching a couple of things that are really, really cool and have to do with, believe it or not, the architecture of Dune. I'm doing okay. I wish my back would, like, cooperate. It'd be really, really, really nice if, I didn't have to just be high for my back to, like, relax. But it is how it is. You know what I mean? You have some random-ass game deep dives? Well, so this is the really, really interesting thing, right? And I wouldn't have even brought it up, but we were talking earlier because True doesn't understand why the universe of Dune is the way that it is, right? So I used the main fortress in Arrakeen as an example of like why certain things are the way that they are. And I went, well, fuck it. I'll just show the videos instead of just constantly trying to explain it. Because they are really, really cool. But, you know, it's a hell of a lot easier to like show the videos and talk about them than it is to just try and remember everything word for word. You don't even think you could explain that? Long story short, the fortress, so you have Arrakeen, right? Arrakeen, for the most part, is covered, and there's a lot of concrete and everything else. But generally speaking, the population does not live in direct sunlight. They live underground under all this concrete, right? Even though it's an artificial thing, that's how they live. On Arrakis, there are two things that you constantly have to do. One, stay out of the sun, and two, conserve moisture. If you look at Arrakeen, even in the game, if you look at Arrakeen and you look at the main fortress that the Atreides lived in, the reason why it is set up that way is because it works like a termite mound. So, for instance, in a termite mound, you have this really, really high point that's above absolutely everything else. And because of the way that convection heat works, the heat escapes through the top of the termite mound and keeps everything under it cooler relative to whatever's going on outside. So, literally, Arrakeen is designed specifically to help keep everything cool for everybody in the rest of that city. The Landsrod is fucked up. You can only travel because we have these messed up beings high as fuck on spice. It's the only way to travel distances, not to mention the witches. Well, it's not the only way, but it's the safest way. Thought you were talking about the above ground facility, not the Fremen one. Yeah, I was. I'll show you. Yeah. Oh, this actually works. Okay, sure. Yeah, this works. I like this. I wish I could find the entire cityscape. I might be able to. Hang on. Open. How's this looking? Okay, cool. So if you look here, this is the city of Arrakeen, right? The capital of Arrakis, right? You have this giant wall, right? And this giant wall protects from all the sand and, you know, storms and everything else, and that's fine. But with the exception of these bigger buildings, right, you can see how basically everything is under like this layer of thick concrete. You're not seeing like a crap load of people or anything like that outside, but it's because they're all underground. So you can see, for instance, right in here, if I can get to the damn thing, you can see like right in here, there's like this little ravine area. And that's because this little ravine area is probably more like a promenade or something like that that you'd see in a mall. Okay? And they're all over the place. But in the background, you see this structure, which is right here, that's backed up against the mountains, that's taller than literally everything else in Arrakeen. This is where the Atreides lived. Right? Now, it works as a seat of power, absolutely, but it also works the same way, or I should say design-wise, it works the same way that a termite mound does. So you have convection heating. Anyone ever get this thought that Shadow is just BSing and making things up? Oh, God. But because of the way the convection heating works, obviously heat's going to escape from the easiest and highest place it can. So heat gets transferred basically up to the top of the structure and then just escapes out in, while helping to keep everything, relatively speaking, cool in Arrakeen. Which is actually pretty badass, right? But even, and somebody made Arrakeen out of Lego, which I think is awesome. I think this is really, really awesome. But you can see how this is supposed to also look like a ziggurat, which is a place of power that's been around for thousands upon thousands of years. The design has, right? But you also have a lot of these areas where air will slope up. And that's specifically to allow for not only the up forces on the outside, like the uptick of wind on the outside to carry heat up, but then you also have these lower areas that are shaded that are automatically going to be a lower pressure than, say, something out on the top. And that allows cooler air to seep down. Would that mean that somewhere else there are inlet vents that allow things to travel enough underground to cool before heating and rising? I don't think they ever actually go into it specifically, but I would assume that there's probably something like that, yes. I would assume so, right? Because let's take a look at NORAD, right? NORAD actually makes perfect sense in what you're describing. NORAD is built inside of a mountain. It's built inside of Cheyenne Mountain, right? Now, if you didn't have any air vents allowing air to travel from the main entrances that are massive into the rest of the structure, everybody inside would suffocate. And the temperature would be through the fucking roof anyway, right? Because then you have got nothing but just hot air that's got nowhere to go. So you've got vents that are up at the top that allow heat to escape, and you have all this HVAC stuff that's pushing air in and through and so on, so that everybody stays relatively cool inside the mountain itself, but also so they don't suffocate. Which is really interesting. Okay, here we go.
Entire planet driven by a singular obsession: military and industry power. This is Gidi Prime, the home of the Harkonnens. It's a planet that's almost entirely industrialized. It's dark, it's polluted, and it's dominated by these massive factories that's completely stripped the land of any semblance of nature. And doing research on this, it took us down a very interesting path. The movie actually takes a lot of liberties on the source material, but it's made some brilliant additions that really help you understand why the Harkonnens are the way they are, as the product of this strange environment. A portion of this video is sponsored by Bamboo Labs. And apparently the design of this planet was inspired by septic tanks. I'm not kidding. Apparently Patrice Vermette, the set designer, saw a pile of septic tanks on the side of the highway outside Montreal, and he built this entire planet based on these plastic ribbed forms, which kind of makes sense. But there's also a more direct connection. A hyper-Aryan race that drove entire populations into brutal forced labor to fuel their machines and ideologies. This is Hitler's unbuilt utopia, Germania. Conceived by Hitler himself and drafted by his lead architect, Albert Speer, Germania was the ultimate expression of Hitler's megalomania. The plan was to raze Berlin to the ground and build a new megacity in the image of the Third Reich, a physical manifestation of control and oppression and social dominance. Although Hitler modeled the city off of something we don't necessarily associate with any of this. The Greeks laid the foundation, for Western architecture, hence the name classical architecture. And they didn't really have a lot of source material to work with in the 5th century BC, so they derived their architectural principles directly from nature, which they realized had a logic to them. They used plants and shells or the human body to derive their principles on symmetry and proportion and order, creating a guide for architecture that we still use today. A couple centuries later, the Romans adapted this to create their own architectural identity that's bigger and grander and more monumental than ever before. All of this was made possible thanks to their innovations in arches and vaults and domes. You could say the Romans were one of the first to effectively and systematically use architecture as propaganda, especially on such a large scale. They used architectural strategies to impress upon the people the power and the permanence of the empire. They wanted their buildings to not just last forever, but also look like they could last forever. And many, many years later, Hitler took all of this and turned it into this. See, for Hitler, the Roman Empire was the symbol of power and stability. There's actually a term for this revival of the classic styles for the modern age, and it's called neoclassicism. You see this in a lot of public buildings. Anyways, Hitler naturally had to make his buildings bigger than the Romans. So he designed them to be more monumental, to a scale that was incomprehensible. The crown jewel of Germania was this building, the Volkshalle. It was designed to be the largest enclosed space in the world. Here's the Pantheon, here's the Sphere, and here's Volkshalle. It could hold up to 180,000 people, and it was said that their breath, as they chanted in unison, would condensate and create indoor rain. Ironically, Volkshalle directly translates into the People's Hall, but the design completely ignored any sense of human scale. Now, let's look at the Harkonnens' Great Halls. The resemblance is eerie, and it's not a coincidence at all. In fact, every detail, from the lack of windows to the hollow vaulted ceilings, exude this sense of oppressive power and a complete indifference for human comfort. The Prachtstraße, or the People's Avenue, was supposed to be the grandest of the boulevards, and it was designed for these massive rallies. And it's flanked on either side with structures that are elevated on plinths that can seat thousands of people, while creating these imposing backdrops that tower over the street. And all of this direct the eye towards one thing: oil, and plastic. It's one of the only materials that can outlast stone or brick. Villeneuve specifically wanted to create a world that was black and plastic, which is probably why, despite using familiar architectural elements like columns and boulevards and monuments, it still feels completely alien. So what you get is an entire planet that's one enormous temple to this military-industrial complex. And everything here looks machined, with these rounded corners and plastic ribs. There's almost a kind of H.R. Giger machine fetishism across the entire surface of the planet.
Sure.
This space
I can see it.
literally looks like the inside of a ball bearing. Because in the end, they are a parasitic culture that sucked the life out of the planet. Even their harvesters look like ticks. There's this underlying logic here that plastic and oil is life. They're key to longevity and permanence, which makes sense because materials like fiberglass, reinforced plastic could last hundreds or thousands of years, especially on a planet like this where UV rays are practically non-existent, which is what typically causes plastics to break down. But plastics are typically molded into place, so despite this hard industrial machined look, these structures start off as a liquid, and this fluid interaction between these different material states is actually a recurring theme in Dune.
Yeah.
For example, sandworms. How is it that they move so fast underground? The density of the sand must create an enormous amount of friction, but they move almost like they're gliding underwater. And that's because sandworms create these vibrations that make the sand around them fluid. It's actually based on a concept called liquefaction, where essentially vibrations reduce friction between granular material, like sand, causing it to act more like a liquid. This is what allows the worms to swim through the desert. Even the Holtzman shields have the same kind of logic.
Now, imagine this, right? Here you are, and you've never read the books in terms of like Dune. You don't know any of the history or anything like this. There's this crazy game that everybody's playing called Dune Awakening, and you can't figure out why the fuck everybody's going nuts. You know that they're giga nerds, but you don't understand why everybody's going nuts with it. And now you're finding out all this shit. You have to sit back and go, holy fuck. Frank Herbert was smart as shit. And he is. And it totally translates into his writing too. His writing is and it's the only way I can describe it. His writing is quite literally, I'm smarter than you. I don't give a fuck if your butt hurt by that. You have everything here at your disposal you need to figure out what the fuck I'm talking about in terms of these stories. If you don't take the time to do the work, too fucking bad.
Non-Newtonian fluids. They turn hard when struck by an object that's moving very fast, so it's going to protect you from things like a spear, but they can be penetrated by slow-moving objects. And there's this strange interaction between liquids and solids and gases that add another tactile dimension to this world. Oh, you know, making the perfectly smooth fade route ahead was absolutely essential for us. And we made these models using the Bamboo Labs X1 carbon printer, who's also the sponsor of this video. I've 3D printed a lot in my days, and this is by far the fastest and most accurate and intuitive printer I've ever come across. The problem with 3D printing is always the alignment of the printer bed, but this printer has an automatic leveling feature.
Oh, absolutely. This is why, like, I won't go out of my way to say, oh, well, the David Lynch 1984 Dune movie sucked. Or the 2000 miniseries was, like, dog shit or anything like... Because you can clearly see, if you go back and you watch those, and even if you watch the new movies, that there is a lot of thought put behind every set piece, every costume, every vehicle, every ship, literally anything and everything. There's so much thought that is put into how these things look, because there are no pictures of these save for how they are described in the book. And that's pretty much it, right? Like, Lord of the Rings, to an extent, I won't say completely, but Lord of the Rings, to an extent, is easy because we've got hundreds of years of stories and pictures and drawings and everything else that people can attach their brains to when they think of what a castle looks like, or what basically what the Mines of Moria would look like, or what Rohan would look like, and Gondor, you know what I mean, right? And that's fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. So when you finally see it on the screen through the movies, you go, that's Gondor, that's Rohan. You know, like, all these places you can immediately just associate yourself with. Dune, on the other hand, literally, I think in the book, and actually, let me see if I can find it really, really quick. Oh, hang on, let me grab the book. There it is. I see it. Oh. Okay, so let me go to the terminology. Okay, so a highliner, right? Which is the giant cylinder thing that we see throughout the game in the sky, right? A highliner is described as a major cargo carrier of the Spacing Guild's transportation system. That's it. That's really it. So, what do they have to go off of? There's not a whole hell of a lot. So they got to go, okay, what would a cargo carrier look like in space? Right? Are we going to make it like Star Wars? Are we going to make it like Star Trek? Or are we going to make it like its own thing? Well, I mean, the easiest thing to do would say, hey, fucking make it a cylinder. Right? You have the most area, the most surface area that can be covered inside a cylinder in terms of resources and storage and people and fuel and everything else. And it allows for smaller ships to travel through it so that you're not holding up production, you're not holding up efficiency and things like that. Great. Except the cylinder becomes the cylinder is solid in the 1984 movie, and then that same cylinder becomes two cylinders connected by what looks like an hourglass in the middle, and they spin in opposite directions. The cylinders do in the mini-series. And then in the latest movies, it further changes again because it's just a hollowed out cylinder, which is even still different design-wise from what we see in the game. Right? So, here, let me do this. Highliner Dune. So this is what we see in the movies. Well, in the last two movies. How big is that? Not all that big. Perfect. Okay. And then this one. If I can find a better one for it. I don't know if I'll be able to. Yeah, I guess we'll go with this one. I'll just have to zoom in. Okay. This is what we typically see in the movies, and for the most part, it's pretty much the same in Dune Awakening. Right? So this is your highliner, right? So all these little dots and shit, those are ships coming in and out, and they can go literally right through the entire thing. Right? This is what it was in the 1984 movie. Looks vastly different, right? This guy looks even vastly different compared to the first two. So instead of it being one giant fuck-off cylinder, or one completely solid cylinder for the most part, now it's one cylinder on one end, one cylinder on the other end, and you got like an hourglass thing going on here in the middle, and both of these cylinders rotate in opposite directions from one another, and everybody lives on basically the surface of these cylinders while they rotate to help create gravity. But it's literally the same ship. So there is a lot of thought that is put into this stuff, which is really fucking cool. Really cool.
And AI-powered LiDAR sensors that scan and adjust the print bed in real time, making sure every layer is perfectly flat. For printing this Harkonnen arena, we ended up breaking it up into different sections, and we actually used different materials: PLA metal and PLA marble. They have a huge variety of PLA and PETG filaments that you can choose from. And you can also print multiple materials and colors within one print job if you want. Handling the multi-material printing was super simple with the AMS add-on. And once the filaments were loaded, all we had to do was select which materials we wanted in the Bamboo Studio slicer, and the rest was automatic. Printing this part was a little bit tricky because it has a curve, and we were worried about seeing the layers of the print, so we tested it with a 0.4 nozzle, which prints much faster, and also a 0.2 nozzle, which is slower, but you can see the difference. And if you're looking for inspiration, you can join the Maker World community, where you'll find thousands of ready-to-print models. If you're interested in getting yourself a 3D printer, check out the Bamboo Labs X1 Carbon link in the description.
Okay, and fair. You know, I mean, we're watching her video. We should at least let her do her sponsored segment.
This scene was visually incredible, but it made me feel extremely uncomfortable in the theater. This endless sea of bald, screaming crowds, and these demonic figures with their creepy, clicky sounds, and these ominous ink fireworks, and people who are just tiny specks in this colossal arena, and this deliberate decision to make the Colosseum triangular rather than the typical oval, it explains a lot about the society.
I hate architects.
There's the obvious fact that fighters, they can get backed into corners, or from a visual standpoint, sharp angles compared to rounded ones, they do symbolize aggression and trigger the amygdala, which is the brain's fear center. But it's also a form of crowd control. Each side is forced to face the other two sides, and the sight lines are limited compared to a round Colosseum. So there's this inherent division in the crowd that's probably exacerbated by this cacophony of screaming Harkonnens. Because sound kinda sucks in angled spaces.
Yeah,
For example,
it does.
St. Paul's Cathedral in London, which is another domed and circular space, it's known partly for its creeping whisper, where a
Which, by the way, you can also do this creeping whisper thing in a lot of churches. you can go to, she'll explain it probably a little bit better than I could, but long story short, what it is you can go to, say, a section of a really big church, right? Or any place with a dome or a steeple that's big enough to allow this, right? You can go to one section of whatever building it is, and you can whisper and talk quietly to somebody, but somebody on the other end can hear you clear as day. Because you've got this massive fucking, like, circular area where everything just bounces versus being trapped into a corner because it hit a right angle or something like that.
Whisper, spoken at the right angle, can cling to the wall and move across the entire base of the dome to a person's ear on the other side. So a triangular space, it will create dead zones and echoes and inconsistent reverb. And since sound has such a huge impact on how we perceive space, you can see how it would create not the most comfortable atmosphere. And the more I think about it, the more I think the triangle is actually the perfect shape for the Harkonnens. This cacophony of sound, grotesque scale, and fear of being backed into a corner, and factions and creating sides. It literally echoes the Harkonnens' values for oppression and fear. This entire sequence was shot with an infrared camera, which captures wavelengths beyond the visible spectrum, which we normally perceive as colors. Infrared images translate this wavelength into shades of gray, and the more infrared light an object reflects, the brighter it appears. For example,
I feel
the
uplifted.
sky scatters infrared light, making it appear darker and kind of foreboding, while things like plants and skin reflected more, giving it this white glow. But this is one of those details that's not originally in the books. This idea that daylight or natural light on Gaidi Prime renders everything colorless, because when they're inside, you can actually see the colors. So what makes a planet look like this? It could be pollution that's filled the atmosphere with particulates that somehow scatters visible light. Or it could be this unique atmosphere that blocks much of the visible light and only lets in infrared radiation. Or, this is what most of the fans have speculated, it's that Gaidi Prime orbits around a dim star, or what's been referred to as the Black Sun. Ironic because Black Sun, Schwarze Sonne, is actually a Nazi symbol. Perhaps the architecture on Gaidi Prime was intentionally designed with these dark or non-reflective materials to minimize reflection from infrared light. But whatever the reason, this little detail gives you so many insights into the Harkonnen psyche. Dune explores this relationship between humans and their environments. On Arrakis, the environment led to the development of religions and technology and culture. So what does that mean for a group of people living on a plastic, black and white planet? There's not a whole lot of discussion into the Harkonnen psychology, but the sun is the source of nutrition and life. Beyond just colors, it could mean a lack of proper nourishment or a variety of health issues. I mean, they definitely have some psychological issues. In the 80s, psychologists tried painting jail cells with this bubblegum pink color called drunk tank pink, and realized that it actually calmed down aggressive prisoners for about 15 minutes. And soon they started doing it in drunk tanks and psych wards. And it seemed to actually work until it kind of had an opposite effect. The author of the book, Drunk Tank Pink, also talks about a study that found weightlifters can't lift as much and athletes don't perform as well if they look at the color pink as opposed to something like red or blue. And maybe studies like this kind of border on pseudoscience, but scientists have made associations between colors and emotions. And you don't have to be a genius to realize that this makes you feel warm and comfortable, while this makes you feel calm or somber. So this is a long way of saying that environments that are rich in color could evoke a wide range of emotions and depth and complexity.
It's the
to our
chat
experiences.
pink.
While in a world devoid of color, this emotional range might be stunted. And over centuries, this could lead to an entire civilization where extreme and binary thinking dominates. A world of strong versus weak, rich versus poor, pain versus pleasure. All these different ways where the environment can produce these unique expressions on humanity, and how you can trace these nuanced customs back to the environment or the built environment. This is why I friggin' love Dune. But it's not just fiction. Throughout our history, we've been shaped by the environment and the built environment. You can also see how architecture can be used as a tool to manipulate people. Because more than just functional things, architecture is a symbol, which can be deconstructed and twisted, turning one thing into something completely different. So, what did you guys think about Dune? Let me know in the comments. If you're interested in our merch or VFX booklet.
So that's the first video. That talks about the Harkonnens and Giedi Prime. This one, if I can hit play. Oh, wait. There. Now I won't blow people's eardrums out.
The world of Dune is known for its scale.
This one talks a lot about Atreides and Arrakeen and everything else.
And it's futuristic yet strangely familiar technology. But its most recognizable feature is probably its brutal environment. According to research, humans can survive for only about 10 minutes at a temperature of 121 degrees Celsius if they're in a dry environment, and 60 degrees Celsius if they're in a humid environment. But the people of the planet Arrakis have figured out a way to survive in a climate that's on average between 45 degrees Celsius in the lowlands and 70 degrees Celsius in the wastelands. And it's not just the heat. They have to deal with the wind, which blows up to 750 kilometers an hour, the sandstorms, and a complete lack of water. And not only survive, they've built cities and wealth, and also some really strange local customs. And the world is full of these details, both high-tech and low-tech, that exhibit how they've managed to survive in these brutal, inhospitable conditions. And although it's set in the year 10,000, this fictional world might actually give us some insights into our own futures as well. A portion of this video is sponsored by Wayfair.
There.
Frank Herbert wrote Dune in 1965 after his visit to the Oregon Dunes. This was a time when he was kind of struggling with his career. He went to Florence, Oregon to write a magazine article about these sandstorms. Apparently, winds were blowing in from the Pacific Ocean and destabilizing the sand, and it was threatening the communities along the coast. But instead of writing the article, he ended up writing a best-selling masterpiece. Oh, and he was really into magic mushrooms.
Oh, and he was really into magic mushrooms. No shit. Of course he was into magic mushrooms. If I was even half as into magic mushrooms as fucking Frank Herbert was, I'd be a millionaire off the books that I would make.
Arrakis, you might have guessed, was written to be allegorical to the petro-rich countries like the ones in the Middle East. And if you don't know the story, the reason why they stay living in this inhospitable planet is because it's the only place in the universe that can produce
God
spice,
Emperor of
also
Twitch.
known as melange. Spice is a fictional substance that can extend life, it can give you enhanced abilities, and you can only do space travel if you're high on spice. And therefore, it's the most valuable substance in the Duneverse. Spice is a byproduct of a sandworm's life cycle, which is intertwined with the desert ecology of the planet. And so, as the producer of the most valuable substance in the universe, it makes Arrakis the only source of spice, the wealthiest and most strategically important location in the universe. There have been efforts to terraform the planet to be a little bit more livable, but changing the atmosphere will essentially deprive the planet of its most valuable resource, so all of these efforts have been stalled.
Yep.
So, yes, it's a story about sandworms and space travel, but it's also about geopolitical conflict around the exploitation of natural resources and the effects of a changing climate. Arrakeen sits on a sheet of bedrock nestled within a mountain bowl on the north pole of the planet. And these nice people actually made a climate simulation of the planet Arrakis to see how accurate the descriptions in the book were. In the book, it describes a planet with unforgiving sun and wastelands of sand and rock, but as you move closer to
it's insane how deep a lot of people go for Dune. It's actually really, really fucking awesome to see.
the polar regions toward the cities of Arrakeen, it starts to change into something that might be a little bit more livable. But actually, in their simulation, they found the opposite. The overall climate of the planet is actually relatively mild, and the warmest months in the tropics hit around 45 degrees Celsius, and the coldest drop just below 15 degrees Celsius. But when you get into the polar regions, that's when you get the extreme temperatures. Summers can get as hot as 70 degrees Celsius and as low as negative 75 degrees in the winters. But I digress.
That transition was pretty good. Oh, the actually one? Yeah, I really liked that. I thought that was really well done.
There's not a whole lot of information on how the city is built or laid out, but what we do know is that the city of Arrakeen is nestled within a mountain bowl, which gives them protection from the sun and the wind and the sandworms. They've also built in a shield wall on the side that doesn't have mountains. So in a way, it's a walled city. The city looks pretty deserted in the movie, but the book does describe it as a bustling city with millions of people. So you could maybe assume that people come out only at night.
Well, hang on. You can also see something too. Hang on. Let me go back.
So in a way, it's a walled city. The city looks...
So you'll notice you got all these ornithopters, which is cool, but they're literally flying over stuff that is multi-storied. Right? And it's also all covered up. So, for instance, this could be a main thoroughfare right here, but you'd never know it because it looks like absolutely everything else, which means that chances are everybody's indoors and living underground, essentially, right? And that's how it works, right? You've got a biome inside this massive city, and again, because of how convection works, the highest points or higher points are going to allow heat to escape upward while all the cool air remains underneath.
It's pretty deserted in the movie, but the book does describe it as a bustling city with millions of people. So you could maybe assume that people come out only at night, or the entire city is partially underground. There's instances of cities like this here too that are built into the earth. There's several advantages to this. First, and most obvious, is protection from the heat, but the second one is passive cooling.
Which, by the way, if we want to talk about another famous franchise that actually uses this to their advantage, and most people just took it as, oh, it's because they're poor, Star Wars. Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru lived in a place exactly like that, where there was passive cooling, and the highest point was literally a shed. Everything else was underground.
If you look at termite mounds, they look solid from the outside, but from the inside, it's actually really open.
Well, okay, to be fair, Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru lived there until they got turned into marshmallows. But that's a different story.
Covered with tiny holes. And the temperature difference between above and below ground, thanks to convection, creates this steady flow of air throughout the structure. The focal point of the city is the Grand Palace, which is the residence of the ruling family. Apparently in the future, under Paul's rule, the palace gets significantly expanded and renovated, becoming the largest built structure known to mankind. But today, we're just going to be talking about the first movie. The building is shaped like a ziggurat, which is also how they designed the headquarters of the Tyrell Corporation in Blade Runner. Because
Yep.
there's something about the form and immense scale of these buildings that illustrate power and dominance. But in this case, the form probably also helps to deflect wind while mimicking the surrounding mountains. It's made up of super thick, thermally dense material like stone or concrete to provide protection from the heat. There's also a lot of influence from brutalism, especially Brazilian brutalism, with all these lines and angles.
I would love to know. Hang on.
Brutalism, especially.
I would really love to know what the fuck this is supposed to be. It looks like part of a bridge, but it's part of a bridge that doesn't go anywhere. I have no idea what this is. I think it looks cool, but I have no fucking idea what it is.
Brazilian brutalism, with all these lines and angles. The angles and heavy materials seem to provide some hardy shelter from the wind, and the whole thing actually feels very defensive. And when you go inside, it really feels like a bunker. It's really dark, and there's very few openings. The openings are closer to a light well than windows. They're very deep, you don't get any views, and it's just this diffuse, indirect light. They also use mashrabias, looks like for spaces that have a religious purpose. And when you compare it to Caladan, Paul's home planet, which is actually really pleasant and habitable, first of all, you'll notice these big round windows and lots of light. There's also a much richer material palette. Lattice windows, stone walls, Persian rugs, wood floors and ceilings and furniture, because Caladan has water and vegetation. Apparently, Caladan was modeled after coastal Canada and connotes a civilization quietly sliding into obsolescence. Idea of something that is ending, like a tradition that's gonna fade away. I just love how the rest of the world thinks about Canada. Anyways, compared to their palace in Caladan, the palace in Arakin has a very monotonous material palette, just stone or concrete. But it looks layered, and it looks like it's been built over a long period of time. And when you think future civilization, you'll probably think of something like this. But here, it feels ancient. You can get a tectonic understanding and kind of see how it's been built. You can see the structural framing with posts and beams. Here, it looks like a mixture of materials. Over here, it looks like sandstone or limestone, probably mined from the hills, and here it looks like board form concrete. You can see something like raked concrete here. And maybe concrete seems like the obvious choice, because, well, they have lots of sand, but wind-eroded desert sand is practically useless for construction. The sand we use for concrete is this coarse, chunky aggregate that helps bind and strengthen concrete. But maybe, in the future, they have figured out a way to make concrete out of desert sand. In fact, this is something we're already working on here on Earth, because construction-grade sand is being depleted very quickly. Did you know that sand is the most consumed resource after water? And big surprise, we're excavating it faster than it can renew itself.
Oh, good.
Which is why companies like Finite have been looking into composites using desert sand. Apparently, this new desert sand mix is biodegradable, and it can cut the carbon footprint in half. So once they fine-tune this product, I think it'll be a game changer. Because sand isn't just used for building, it's also used for glass and computer chips. And desert sand is pretty abundant. But the other major ingredient in concrete is water, which Arrakis does not have. So I think the most plausible answer is that a lot of these building parts were made on another planet and then shipped to Arrakis.
Which would make sense.
A quick message from today's sponsor, Wayfair. You guys probably know Wayfair as a place where you can get chic, affordable home products, but you might not know about their awesome YouTube channel. They have this cool new series called Iconic Objects, where they dive deep into the history of some of the most ubiquitous, yet peculiar home decor items. I love this series, first of all, because I adore the host, Caroline Winkler, and also because you start to realize the weirdest objects have a cult following. It goes beyond just history and gets into the raw gut of why we're attracted to certain objects. I would highly recommend their new episode on the Bialetti Mocha Pot, a timeless coffee maker that continues to outshine its modern counterparts. The show is well made, well researched, and it's fun to watch. So yeah, go and subscribe to their channel. It's full of really great content. I'll include the link in the description.
Okay.
As we move away from Arrakeen, we start to see how the locals live in the desert. The Fremens have lived in the desert for generations and generations, so they've adapted to living in this harsh environment, and they've become kind of experts in desert survival. And it's really
Building was supposed to be an amphitheater, the bridge-looking one. Really? That's a weird amphitheater.
interesting to see how differently they approach building. The first Fremen structure we see is their ecological testing station, which has a very different tectonic language than the palace in Arrakeen. Instead of large blocks of stone, you see layers. It looks like it could be rammed earth, which is a pretty ancient construction technique, very popular in drier and hotter parts of the world, where you ram damp soil made from aggregate, sand, silt, clay, and gravel into a formwork. But when you look at the shape of the walls and how it becomes the ceiling, it's not likely rammed earth, because rammed earth is mostly just strong in compression. Over here, it looks like it could be 3D printed concrete. But again, with concrete, you need water. Actually, in the backstory of the Dune universe, it is hinted that Arrakis was originally a pretty lush planet, and that the sandworms somehow affected the atmosphere and turned it into a desert. So one possibility is that these structures were built back then, but the outside tells a whole different story. It looks like the entire building is carved out of the hill.
Yeah, she was doing an ad read, Kira.
Petra is an entire city that was carved into the mountains, and in fact, parts of the movie were filmed in Jordan. Petra was built in the 4th century BC by this fascinating Arab Bedouin tribe called the Nabateans. They were once nomads, but they became very wealthy by trading spice, and they settled in Petra. They used this mountain terrain as a natural barrier against enemies.
Blabber has
and
been
harsh
gasted.
climate, so much so that they started carving buildings directly into the cliffs. Apparently, the city was built to align with the sun, and on days like the winter solstice, the sun would align with some of the most important buildings. So when you look closely at the structures in the movie, you can see the layers, similar to what you observe in the buildings in the hills of Petra. And there's instances in this ecological testing station where you can see how the building interplays with the sun. I know that the Fremen were inspired by the Bedouin tribe, but I think the Nabateans in particular have a lot of similarities.
Me personally, I just absolutely love, like, the attention to detail that Denis Villeneuve and a bunch of other people took to coming up with what their version of Dune is. I think it's kind of criminally understated just how fucking much research this had to have taken for them to nail it the way that they did.
I think one of the most amazing things about the Fremen is their technology to conserve water. Like this still tent. Although they're not really discussed in the movie, they use a very similar principle as the still suits. These tents are designed to provide shelter in the harsh desert environment, and they can capture and reclaim moisture that you exhale or perspire. It's also lightweight and compact, and it camouflages perfectly into the desert. It also keeps the interior environment cool and humid, and it's completely sealed so moisture doesn't escape. Although it doesn't explicitly say this, the concepts used in still suits and still tents is similar to the function of many desert animals. For example, the Australian thorny devil lizard is known to channel rainwater and dew from its skin directly into its mouth through its grooves.
Huh.
They call this mouse Maldeep, which directly translates into instructor or teacher. They're perfectly adapted to the desert, so they've become a symbol of resilience and adaptability. In fact, the Fremen have modeled their wind traps after these mice and how they collect water vapor in their large ear flaps. Wind traps capture the wind and funnel it into this underground chamber where the moisture in the air condenses due to cooler temperatures, and then it's collected in this catch basin for storage. Wind traps are not entirely fictional and could be a cross between these two.
Oh, interesting, Kira.
Atmospheric water generators extract water from humid ambient air. They use cooling coils to condense moisture from the air, similar to how an air conditioner works. They do require a power source and are mostly effective in humid environments. They're also a lot smaller than these wind traps. These are wind catchers, or bargeels. It's a pretty ancient method of passively cooling buildings in hot and arid regions. They essentially capture wind and direct it into buildings to provide natural ventilation and passive cooling. The tower is designed to catch the wind and funnel it downward, and the pressure differential pushes hot air out of the building. Sometimes they're paired with an underground channel transporting water called kanats, which cool the air before it circulates the building. There's even modern buildings that use wind catchers with some really great results, and it's allowed them to avoid mechanical AC units and also reduce their emissions.
Which is also insanely badass.
The most interesting part of Dune for me is this huge contrast between the local Fremen and the ruling families, whether it's House Harkonnen or House Atreides. And I think it actually offers some really valuable insights. The newcomers, even though they're technically the most powerful and resourceful family, they struggle to adapt to Arrakis' harsh conditions, and they rely mostly on imported resources. The Fremen, on the other hand, they've been able to develop solutions that are locally adapted approaches that are specifically designed for this climate. Instead of seeking universally applicable high-tech solutions, maybe we need to be looking more for nuanced, locally adapted approaches. And sometimes, the solutions come from observing seemingly insignificant moments that happen right under our noses. Anyways, let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and if you want to keep up.
So there's one more video from her. And it's Underground Cities Surviving Dune's Deadliest Planet.
Imagine drifting across 7 different...
She's really cool. I'm going to link her her YouTube so you guys can subscribe, and I'll link all the videos as well. She has some awesome stuff.
Forced to start over again and again, until finally you find a place to settle. But that planet just happens to be Arrakis, one of the deadliest environments in the galaxy. And that's the legacy of the Fremen. Nomadic people shaped by centuries of displacement, and they've had to figure out ways to survive in the desert. And I think they've done a pretty good job at doing that. But what's interesting is that despite being nomads, the Fremen society is described as being hierarchical and structured without any formal laws.
Oh, the production in her videos is so good. I think she popped up on my my YouTube feed about a year ago, and I've just been like obsessed with her videos because she does, her research is so well done. Plus, she's coming at it from an architect's perspective because she is an architect, and she's an engineer. And you get all these historical facts and everything built into it, and like it's really, everything is just so well done in her videos.
You get such a stable society and all of the physical manifestations of an established culture when most of your time is focused on survival.
The damn 3D print of stuff. Yep.
The secret could be that the Fremen have a method of carrying with them everywhere they go these intricate rules and social practices with their tents. The Fremen were most likely inspired by the Arab Bedouins, so Herbert probably used their tents as a real-life reference as well. These tents were called Bait al-Shar, aka the House of Hair. They were black tents crafted from goat hair that didn't just provide shelter, it breathes with the desert. The fabric absorbs heat during the day and it releases it at night. In rainy climates, the fabric swells to become waterproof and it reopens when it's dry. The Fremen tents obviously
That's
improve
cool.
on this concept by integrating a moisture capturing system and reclaiming every single drop of sweat or breath, and by creating this symbiotic relationship between the environment and the person. These tents were also extremely versatile. They could be pitched within hours on dunes or slopes, using the terrain as wind barriers and by positioning the entrances to face away from the wind. In Dune 2, we can see what the Fremen tents look like as a collective, with a central structure with smaller modular pods extending off of them. And you can also see this modularity in the Bedouin tents as well. When families grew or shrank, new sections could be easily added by stretching these goat hair fabric over posts. But despite being a very open structure, they were still very effective in reinforcing social boundaries, with a simple division between men and women, family activities, and for hosting guests, division between communal space and private space. So in that sense, the tent is not just practical, it creates a framework for interactions. It's actually a dynamic and social space where they actively practice cultural values and norms. And most importantly, making sure that traditions are still held up even in the harshest desert environments. But of course, the Fremen do have more permanent homes. In fact, you could say the Fremen are troglodytes, aka cave dwellers. And despite having limited resources, they've engineered entire societies within natural rock formations, like caves or hills or rock faces. Herbert calls them small cities, and going there was a pretty immersive experience. All around him, Paul saw the Fremen throwing back their hoods, removing nose plugs, breathing in deeply. Paul then slipped out his nose plugs, and the odor of the place assailed him. Unwashed bodies, distillate esters, reclaimed waste, everywhere, the sour effluvia of humanity.
Yep.
And over it all, the turbulence of spice and spice-like harmonics.
So, literally, the way that it's described in the book is Paul sees all these people taking out their nose plugs and all this other shit, and he does the same, and he basically gets smacked in the fucking nose holes with a combination of the smell of sweat, probably urine, poop, and just generally dirty feet and stuff like that, with the hint of cinnamon because of the spice.
Then Frog took a deep breath. The smells of home. Now, just imagine this. These people find comfort in something that anyone else would find repulsive. So their identities, in a way, are tied together by the strongest possible glue. This shared sensory connection to this underground life. And these sieges were really elaborate systems. They had external wind traps for moisture collection and death stills for processing dead bodies, and entire sections for industry and culture and military, and even testing grounds for terraforming Arrakis. It sounds pretty sci-fi, but there is a real-world comparison. Cappadocia in Turkey, which is known for these unique geological features. This soft volcanic stone called tufa. This meant people could carve into the stone to create a natural shelter, creating entire communities within rock formations, like these not-so-subtle structure called fairy chimneys, which were hollowed out and used for homes or storage. But by far the largest, and maybe even the most comprehensive city, is the underground city of Derinkuyu. It's burrowed 280 feet deep into the ground, and it could house 20,000 people. And apparently it was rediscovered by accident in 1963 when a farmer knocked down a wall in his basement trying to look for his missing chickens. But Darren Q actually dates back thousands of years, the oldest written reference coming from 370 BC. But over the centuries, it was occupied and expanded by different civilizations, from the Phrygians to the Persians to the Christians of the Byzantine era. The Hittites are thought to have started the initial excavation, possibly creating the first few levels as a defensive refuge, with labyrinthine tunnels and hidden passages and narrow corridors designed to trap enemies. But by 1200 BC, the Phrygians took over and expanded it significantly because they had these skilled Iron Age builders who knew how to build these elaborate underground facilities. They added things like rolling stone doors, which could seal off sections of the city and were only movable from the inside.
Oh,
the
shit.
layers of the city were also strategic. On the top floors, they had things like livestock to reduce the smell and toxic gases, while also creating this warm layer of insulation for the colder months. Pretty smart. The inner layers had dwellings and schools and spaces for religious rituals and even wine cellars. So if you're wondering, how on Arrakis did they print such a detailed underground city? Pretty much all of our 3D prints, we use the Bamboo Lab X1C 3D printer with the AMS module.
I'm gonna be honest. She's kind of pretty much sold me on this fucking bamboo printer.
Pretty fast, so I really appreciate the speed and the quality and the precision of the prints. It's very reliable thanks to the dual automatic leveling and AI LiDAR and the vibration compensation system. And with the automatic material system, you can print multiple materials and colors at the same time. Bamboo Lab also has a very wide range of filaments to choose from. For this one, we use the PLA marble to get this earthy feel. And for this Harkonnen arena, we use the PLA metal. You can use different nozzle diameters that you can swap out to try to enhance the print quality, which is what we did for this Harkonnen
I want some printed bamboo. Real bamboo is invasive. That is true. How you doing, Spoiled?
arena, where we needed different levels of precision around the model. If you don't know what to make, you can check out Maker World because they have tons of ready-to-print models so you can get started right away. I'm always very surprised at how quickly we can go from a digital model to a physical model. So if you were into this kind of thing, check out the Bamboo Labs X1C printer. I'll leave the link in the description.
Okay.
The most important part of the city
I have to know. Hang on. How much would this printer cost me? I'm scared. Actually, that's a hell of a lot better than what I thought it was going to be. I thought we were going to be looking at like $5,000-$6,000. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, actually. Okay. Yeah, I mean, hell, even full price at $1,700. That's nothing. Cheaper than chocolate oyster smoothie.
were these shafts that would move natural airflow between the dwellings. But these shafts also doubled as a part of the water system. They connected to a shared well, which was dug over 180 feet deep. So in addition to getting fresh water, it would cool the
Nope,
air
I haven't weaseled my way out of anything.
into the rest of the spaces. The city had around 50 of these shafts placed strategically to make sure fresh air circulated even to the deepest chambers. But it was also a line of defense. It was designed so you could control access from below, so if invaders tried to exploit it from the top, they could simply cut off the water supply. In Dune, we have a very similar contraption called wind traps. They trap and collect atmospheric moisture, which is actually more similar to bargeels used in hot, arid regions to cool buildings to catch the wind and funnel it downward, and the pressure differential pushes the hot air out of the building. These wind traps would direct water moisture into a collection basin which is arguably also the most important part of a Fremen siege, and therefore heavily protected from enemies. There's also some scenes in Dune that suggest that rather than being carved out of a natural cave, they could be built around something, suggesting maybe a slightly different construction method called lost formwork or sacrificial framework, where a structure is built around a framework which is later removed, leaving just the outer shell. There's lots of different ways of doing this, but we tested one of the methods in our Batcave video, where we put up the wooden dowels and poured concrete around it, creating the exterior structure, and then burned the interior framework. Other variations include creating a concrete shell around inflatable bubbles and then deflating the bubbles, like in this building, or even using animals. In this case, they built a structure around a core of hay bales, and after the concrete had cured, they brought Paulina the cow to come in and hollow out the structure. But yes, the Fremen were resourceful, but they had to spend large portions of their time focusing on survival. So were these details carved painstakingly over generations and generations? Honestly, with their ingenuity with things like still suits, to me, it's the latter. Or it could be a mix of both. Either way, I think these sieges in so many ways are symbols of stability in a world that's transient. And every chamber, every system, it reflects a culture that sees survival as a collective endeavor. So a troglodyte life, it's not so bad. Especially if you want to survive on a place like Arrakis.
Well, I mean, everything sounds okay until you have to go into the poop city, and then it's not okay anymore.
Natural defensive shelters, they're cooler, and they can retain humidity the deeper you go. And they can make you trip pretty hard. One of the most disturbing scenes from Dune is this ritual of spice agony, which grants access to genetic memories from your forebears. And of course, there's weird parallels to reality. Caves were used in the past by hermits or yogis in India for meditation or prayer, but the most interesting, in my opinion, comes from the ancient Greeks. Ancient Greeks placed a lot of value on this quest for truth, which is why oracles and prophets were so important. Yet, they believed divine knowledge was almost impossible to experience if you had a body. This is a quote from Plato. The body is constantly breaking in upon our studies and disturbing us with noise and confusion. It prevents our beholding the truth. In fact, if we are ever to know anything absolutely, we must free from the body. And then only when we're dead, we're likely to possess the wisdom which we desire. Pretty wild, right? But caves were the solution to freeing the mind from the body's limitations, because they had these unique qualities to achieve an altered state of consciousness.
There's almost no light. Even the temperature and the humidity is really consistent.
Oh, spoiled. I'm gonna give her YouTube, and I'm gonna give links to these videos because this is the third one out of the three that I wanted to watch because it all has to do with Dune. But her channel just in general is phenomenal. You'd love her stuff.
And the sound is completely dampened in here.
Essentially creating a natural sensory deprivation chamber. Apparently, under the conditions of sensory suppression, the mind can enter a state called stimulus hunger, where the brain tries to compensate for the lack of external stimuli by creating vivid imagery and even hallucinations. This is why the White Room torture is so effective, and it can leave permanent damage on your brain. They can also produce an effect called pareidolia, where the mind assigns meaning to random patterns. So maybe for the Fremen, it wasn't just the spice, but it was their troglodyte existence that gave them these spiritual experiences. Yet, the Fremen didn't just use caves in order to achieve some sort of higher power. They might have used it to maintain power as well. Let me explain. This is the quintessential example for what we consider a disciplinary space. According to the philosopher Michel Foucault, these structures are deliberately designed to exert control over people, using
Did you go find a
as
cave?
tool to enforce power and authority.
Makes sense, right? But this, and even this, were also examples of disciplinary spaces. And the key elements that qualify disciplinary space, in a weird way, also apply to the Fremen sieges. Limited entry points that make surveillance much easier, like tunnels that direct movement and behavior. Spaces that are protected and isolated from the outside world, especially ones that foster a sense of collective responsibility. Partitioning used to separate people or activities so they can be both contained and supervised. Spaces that create routines and rules that enforce conformity and order. So the sieges aren't just defensive or functional, they actively shape Fremen society. The architecture instills discipline and order and social cohesion, subtly molding the behaviors and values of the Fremen. So what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. If you're interested in our merch or bonus assets, check out the link in the description.
So there you go.
I'll see you guys in the next video.
Okay. So, I'm going to give you the links to all these videos first. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Yeah, we can watch the Yote thing. Hang on. Gonna give you the links to all these. And please, please, please go like these videos. At the very least, even if you don't subscribe to her channel, because these are all so incredibly well done. But this is her overall YouTube channel, and I would highly suggest you go subscribe to her. She's got tons of awesome stuff. So, for instance, I'll go to videos. Why the most dangerous border on Earth needs a wildlife bridge. What we have wrong about living on the moon. Problem with the brutalist as an architect. Why death still needs space in our lives. And, like, there's tons of stuff. Tons of stuff that she does all the time. She's really good. So, yeah, you'll really enjoy her channel. I found her about a year ago, somewhere around there, and I was like, fuck, this is so cool. This is so fucking cool. Where's the link, True? How dare you take this long to share? Here, I'll just do this. Ghost of Yote, not trailer, but deep dive. Deep dive, here we go. It's only 20 minutes long. That's not bad.
Hello, everyone.
I'm going to need you to cite all your sources in whatever format is acceptable nowadays for research papers.
This is Jason Connell and Nate Fox from Sucker Punch Productions. Ghost of Tsushima was an honor to be a part of. And today, Nate and I get to share more about our next game, Ghost of Yote. We'll be sharing how we've crafted the game around exploration while keeping Atsu's tale of vengeance front and center. We'll also talk about ghost combat and how it's evolved. And we'll introduce for the first time some new special modes of play. But let's start things off first by talking about a Japanese folk legend, the Onryo.
Okay.
The people of Ezo believe Atsu is an Onryo, a wrathful ghost bent on revenge. And they're half right. Atsu doesn't care if she lives or dies, so long as she can punish the Yote Six, a ruthless gang who slaughtered her family.
Ow.
After 16 years in the South, she's returned home to put their spirits to rest. It's warm memories of her family that propel her forward. When Atsu returns to her childhood home, with the push of a button, you can experience those cherished times.
Okay.
By giving you the freedom to explore Atsu's past, the wound of her loss becomes personal. It's that pain that pushes her forward. Hunting down the Yotei 6 is a near impossible task. She'll face 1,000 blades. But the Onryo is relentless, and with each victory, the ghost story around her grows.
Nice.
Ghost of Yotei focuses on player freedom.
Yeah, see, this looks fucking gorgeous. I'm sorry, it does. It does. I know that there's a lot of people, like, they were probably half kidding, but also probably half serious, where it's like, oh, well, the premise is a lot like Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, storytelling kind of has a way of doing that. So I'm not entirely surprised, but that doesn't mean it's going to be bad like Assassin's Creed Shadows.
More than any game Sucker Punch has ever made. But it's also a game that at its heart is inspired by so many of our favorite wandering samurai films. So let's start off by talking about exploration at the edge of Japan. We all have different playstyles, so we set out to make an open world game that lets you drive your own experiences.
Oh, that's
Whether
pretty.
That's your curiosity to wander, your thirst for combat, or a deep desire to stay focused on the story. As you explore, there's an underlying clue system that invites you to new adventures in new areas of the game that could be appealing to you. If you interrogate an enemy, choosing to ask about the Oni, you could uncover a landscape scarred by fire with more bold, samurai-like enemies to fight and abilities for Atsu to learn. Or, if you ask about the Kitsune, it might lead you to an area filled with snow and deception, enemies that ambush you, and new ninja-like tactics to study. Atsu draws cards for each clue to keep track of all available adventures.
Okay, one thing I don't particularly care for, and I'm kind of worried that Sucker Punch is going like the same way but going about it differently, is if you look at Assassin's Creed or if you look at most Ubisoft games, they have this very like generalized UI that shows you literally anything and everything you could ever possibly want to know, right? And then there's shit that pops up in the middle of the screen when you do a thing, and then it tells you to hit a button, and then you have this whole other menu that you have to go through, and like all this shit, and it takes forever to learn all of it. I'm not a big fan of all the cards, because the cards are essentially their version of Ubisoft's UI navigation. And I kind of liked it the way it was, where it was like, it was simpler in Ghost of Tsushima in a lot of ways, where it's like, okay, here's the map. Here's the there's a different symbol for each thing. It tells you right away what you're looking at and what to expect. And then that's pretty much it. So I'm sure this works, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, but I don't think they should keep expanding on it, because this is probably about as complicated as you really ever want it to be, without it being so overly complicated it gets just fucking annoying.
The more you play, the more the game unfolds for you. As she makes progress against the Yotei 6, her legend as the Onryo grows.
It's her.
Also, by the way, I can tell you right here, they know what they're doing. And they know what they're doing because there is a TV show that starts off, it's not even a TV show, it's on Netflix, and I know Spoiled knows it. There is a show on Netflix that starts out literally exactly like this. Like, almost down to the shot. It starts off exactly like this. And honestly, it's a really, really good show. If you haven't checked it out, Blue-Eyed Samurai. This is a very common shot in a lot of things. Okay. Again, you're missing the point. The point is that they could have done this any possible way that they wanted to, but these guys are so in love with Wandering Samurai stuff, I guarantee you somebody went, we should totally take the opening scene of Blue-Eyed Samurai and put it in there. Guarantee. I absolutely guarantee that that's what they did. They didn't go to the shot where you see the guy open up the double half doors in the saloon and it's a close-up of him and that's really all you get. Or maybe it's a little zoomed out so you can see a table on either side of the shot. They did an anamorphic shot where basically everything is static and you see a figure that is just far enough out of range to the point where you can't make out any finer details other than the big things like the hat itself and maybe the type of outfit that they're wearing, and everybody is kind of going about their own thing and trying to make sure that they're not the ones that this person in the doorway is paying attention to. Right? Like, there's tons of shit. This was in development before BES for sure. I don't know. Because you got Ghost of Tsushima that took most of their time up. And it is definitely a trope in a lot of ways for Japanese stuff. You are absolutely right. But to sit there and go, well, I mean, this is in everything. Yeah, sure, it's in everything, but that's not what they were going for. If they were going for everything, we'd have Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm not saying Blue-Eyed Samurai was the first by any means. I'm saying this is the shot. I have no idea where you got, oh, well, this scene has to be the only thing that comes from Blue-Eyed. No, I never said that. I said this is the shot.
Bounty will go up, drawing the attention of deadlier foes.
Are you lost?
I'm looking for some old friends. The Ote Six.
Show her the door.
There is a hefty price on Atsu's head. Now, Atsu can also hunt down her own bounties that bring her all around the land. This is a lucrative way to make some money to fuel her vengeance quest.
You're not of Clan Eguchi. You're here for my bounty.
Yeah, they do. And by the way, just so everybody's on the same page, that literally all comes from samurai movies. It does not come from Western movies. Western movies grabbed it from samurai movies. So, literally, there's no better place to get it other than the source. That's pretty much it. all Western stuff that you see in spaghetti Westerns, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Fistful of Dollars, A Few Dollars More, so on, all that is based off of samurai movies. Yeah, Star Wars does it, and he specifically said he took it from Kurosawa movies, which was literally the Wandering Samurai film. Ta-da!
Hidden in the world are altars of reflection. Finding one inspires Atsu and unlocks a new ability to help her on the journey ahead. They are fun to find on their own, but for a quicker route, you can always buy a traveler's map from the cartographer. Ghost of Yotei isn't going to rush you through anything. You can choose what motivates you most. But we think the best way to play is to simply pull out your spyglass, find something interesting on the horizon, and enjoy the ride.
Let's ride.
Okay, that's cool. I like that. That's neat.
The lands around Yotei are vast. It's not about checking it all off, it's about engaging in the content that gets you excited.
See, the only thing that really sucks, and I think it would be really, really cool if they did that spoiled, but what really sucks is there would be so many people that would piss and moan about cultural appropriation, it's not even funny. Like, look at what happened to Milton, right? Milton used to have the character of Bill Ding, where Bill Ding, he literally studied Thai language and body language and interests, common interests that Thai people have and everything. Like, literally, he had to give up Bill Ding as a character because a bunch of people went out of their way to basically call him a racist and say that everything that he was doing was cultural appropriation, when literally all he wanted to do was come up with a character that was funny. Now take that attitude and throw it at a bunch of people who just want to tell stories and may have to try and put on some sort of accent to make it believable, and 90% of those people are white. It wouldn't go well, sadly.
Embrace that curiosity and let the wind guide you on your hunt.
Ezo is a dangerous place. Atsu always wields a weapon. As for which, that's up to you. Will you choose a katana, spear, surigama, odachi, or dual swords?
Nice.
Each is uniquely effective against a particular enemy and has their own set of upgrades to discover and master.
Plant psycho banners.
Let's see how she uses these weapons.
I think that was specific to Milton, though, because he's such a not serious person. There's a danger in that versus portraying the culture in earnest. And I do think you're right to an extent, absolutely. But the problem still remains that you just have a bunch of people who will go, oh, look, white person trying to imitate Japanese person, they're racist. Right? And that's kind of unfortunately where a lot of people would go with it. In something like Dune, you can get away with it because, most of the people that you see are a mix, which is fine. But, look at all the hell that Ubisoft came under because they were literally just a bunch of white people who had no fucking idea what they were doing and screwed it up at every single turn. Voice acting is another one. Yeah, voice acting is a big one, right? A lot of people nowadays, if you've got, and fair enough, by the way, I'm not saying that this is necessarily wrong, but if you have somebody who is supposed to be a black character, they should probably be voiced by a black voice actor. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out that way all the time, so those people get loads of shit for literally just getting paid to do a job that they probably won't even see. And now they're just being thrown under the bus. And that really sucks. There were other players in RDR who played Asian characters and didn't catch hell for it. True. That is true. He emulated the accent and everything pretty damn well. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. But at the same time, at least through what you see in the game, you do also have those people who are flourishing. Whereas if they had done RDR differently and instead showed the Chinese as indentured servants, and then you had people on Wild RP who were playing Chinese indentured servants and playing the stereotype, it'd go so fucking wrong so quick. One can argue that it complements your talent to be able to voice act to that amount of diversity, but the majority of people would just call you racist for no reason. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And it sucks. It really does suck. But, I mean, to an extent, I also agree that there are certain things that, you know, hey, if you have a person from a certain culture or a certain background or a certain area that you're trying to convey, the best people to do voice acting for that would probably be the people that you're trying to portray. I can completely understand that. That makes sense. It's one thing to imitate an accent. There kind of isn't an accent to being black. It's something else. Yes. Yeah, that's true. Whether it be, I mean, there's a bunch of different things. Like, honestly, there's probably too many to list. Right? Like, there probably are. And that goes for really any culture. I mean, anybody can do a stupid accent, right? Whether it be good or bad, but anyone can do an accent, but there's kind of this whole feeling. Something about the timbre of the voice is just different. That's true too. Yep. I think the context of the senior voice acting really matters too. Like if it's a comedic animated TV show or movie that comes off as mockery to an extent versus a very serious role. Yes, absolutely. But it also depends on the context in which that role is being played as well. So for instance, I'll go back to the example that I had before with Wild RP and stuff like that. Had the situation been different, where instead of you seeing in Saint Denis, you see Chinese people and they're doing relatively well for themselves and stuff like that, and that's how it's portrayed there, versus how it could have been portrayed where you're seeing the real shit, where it's Chinese people are being they're indentured slaves, essentially, being forced to work on the railroad for almost no money, and their education is abhorrent at best, and they're woefully stupid, and they're always made to look stupid, and now somebody goes and plays that character. That would be in such an insanely fine line to walk. Even amongst TOS, that'd be an insanely fine line to walk.
In the field, searching for leads on Lord Saito.
This is our food, from our soil. The soldiers needed more to free you.
Free us? Inokichi steals our crops while our families starve.
Oh, that's nice.
No samurai or ninja. No. She's a lone wolf mercenary who'll use every advantage, every dirty trick to win a fight.
Nice. Throwing the spear.
Combat has the feel
Dual
of a
katanas.
classic samurai movie. Every motion counts. It's about lethal precision. If an enemy swings hard, Atsu can lose her weapon. But if she's
Fair.
quick, she can disarm them.
Nice. Honestly, if I were a voice actor, I'd really just do roles I'm comfortable enough with and confident I can do my best in whatever it may be. Typically you go where the money is. That's really all there is to it. Like, it sucks to say, but that's the truth. Especially if you're just starting out as an actor or a voice actor. You can sit there and you can choose the high road, but you're also not going to get anywhere if you do that. So you have to go where the money is. And there are even times where incredibly famous and popular movie stars and actors and stuff like that have gone, listen, I made the movie because I needed the money. It was kind of a dark period in my life, and I did it because I needed to. I needed to get paid. There are tons and tons and tons of times, because you got to remember, there's only two kinds of actors, working and not working. That's it. Right? So if you're not working, that also means you're not making any money and you're not bettering yourself. And if you do that for too long, because there are too many things that come across that you don't want to take because you're deciding to take the high road, then eventually you're just going to pigeonhole yourself out of a job. And that's kind of the problem. Look at Jennifer Hale. Look at all the shit that Jennifer Hale had to go through because she took over for the voice actor. She took over for Bayonetta in Bayonetta 3, when chances are she didn't care what the role was. She was just doing it to the best of her ability, and she knew she could do it really well, and the fucking internet hated her. Because it wasn't the original voice actor, because the original voice actor, whether it be true or not, I don't know, but the original voice actor said, well, they only wanted to pay me $4,000 and I'm literally the voice of the franchise. What the fuck? So then they went to Jennifer Hale and offered her more money, and she's like, well, I mean, I need a paycheck. I gotta get paid. I know I can do the voice. Sure, fuck it. Why not? Did the best of her ability, and nobody gave a shit, and they hated her for it.
Choose the right weapon for the job. To fight a massive enemy, her huge Odachi blade is best.
He looks like the one in charge.
Tonight, we feast!
Blades are great.
That looks a hell of a lot smoother than it did in Ghost of Tsushima. I do like that.
But ranged weapons work too. And Atsu's got an arsenal.
A bounty hunter? A ghost?
Thrown weapons like kunai, bombs, or even blinding powder can give Atsu an edge. When enemies switch weapons, you'll have to adapt. Dual swords are best against spears.
Huh.
No more!
Tell me what you know about Saito.
Atsu doesn't always fight alone. She'll meet several allies on her hunt. including a mysterious wolf.
Atsu can set up camp under the stars of Ezo. But she's not always alone.
Hey, friend. Share your fire with the traveling peddler?
What are you selling?
A mask said to be cursed with the unpredictable nature of its previous owner.
Camping under the stars is a great way to rest up, play your shamisen, or cook to ready for a fight ahead. It's also designed to help bring important characters and upgrades straight to you. In fact, in place of the journal menu from Ghost of Tsushima, we've opted for a more character-driven way of managing allies and vendors you meet in Ezo. Over time, Atsu grows to have her own wolf pack. And here, you can keep track of when a sensei might have a weapon skill for you, or when a vendor has something unique to sell. Managing upgrades, resources, when to buy what, can be a burden in a big open-world game. At campsites, members of your wolf pack can catch up with you, offering upgrades and unique items. This helps ensure you have every opportunity to upgrade and prepare for Atsu's vengeance quest ahead. You don't have to leave where you're exploring, the game comes to you.
Okay.
While exploring Ezo, you'll discover all sorts of new armor, charms, and gear. Perfect for building up Atsu around your chosen playstyle. Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused? Find and combine the pieces that are just right for you. And of course, customize the look of your armor and weapons to make sure that your version
I'm gonna be honest.
of Atsu.
This looks okay. It's the standard one with colors changed, whatever.
Customize the look of your armor.
This looks hideous. I'm sorry, it does.
And weapons to make sure that your version of Atsu looks...
That doesn't look bad.
...and fights just the way you want.
That looks awesome. That looks awesome. That looks really good. That looks really good. So does that. And that. And that. That looks like a fucking peacock. Like, no. No, you know what it looks like? Honestly, it literally looks like a conehead trying to wear a helmet. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one.
The score of Ghost of Yotei is incredibly special to us. Our amazing composer, Toma Otoa, has created a mashup of Eastern instrumentation with Western flavors, brought to life through an exciting collaboration of many talented artists.
で、こうダウンビートまで
If you like what you heard, we're releasing 2 tracks featured in today's State of Play on your favorite streaming service immediately after the show.
The digital photography community for Ghost of Tsushima is incredible.
Sucker Punch really does well about deep diving into their history, so much so that they got praise from an insane amount of Japanese devs and audiences. Yeah, and they also, if I remember correctly, they also, there was some sort of official praise given by the Japanese government, too. If I remember correctly. I want to say that was the case. But this is, in all honesty, this is also where Sucker Punch differs from Ubisoft, right? you can tell Sucker Punch really, really, really wants to do things right. Whether they're telling a fictional story or something real, they want to do things right, and that's cool. Nobody at Assassin's Creed Shadows gave a fuck.
We're happy to have photo mode back in Ghost of Yotei and look forward to seeing photos from your journey across Ezo. We want playing through Ghost of Yotei to feel like stepping inside of your favorite classic samurai films. So, from the beginning of the game, we're happy to offer a full Japanese voice track with full lip sync that you can play with subtitles.
誰だてめえ。生きてたか。狼の姫。一人残らず息の根止めたと思った。また会えたな。刀鍛冶の娘。
覚えておけ。アツだ。
To take the feeling of stepping into a classic samurai cinema experience one step further, we are honored to once again partner with acclaimed director Akira Kurosawa's estate for Kurosawa Mode, which
is awesome.
His classic black and white films.
Kurosawa Mode is so fucking cool. They did this in the first game too, Crit.
For Ghosts of Yotei, we wanted to celebrate two other influential directors who have had an impact on the genre as a whole. First, we've partnered with Takeshi Miike, director of 13 Assassins, for a mode that puts the camera closer during combat for a more intense, raw experience along with increased mud and blood splatter.
Nice!
And lastly, we've partnered with the director of Samurai Champloo, Shinichiro Watanabe.
Oh shit!
Turn this mode on to listen to some original lo-fi tracks directed by Watanabe himself.
Huh!
There's so many ways to make your Ghost of Yotei playthrough your own. But no matter how you play, here's one way to experience Ghost of Yotei that is sure to be special.
PS5, yeah. Why am I not surprised?
Today, you've got a glimpse into Atsu's hunt for the Yotei 6. Forge your own path while discovering the secrets of Ezo. To survive, you'll need to master a variety of weapons, using lethal precision to overcome the odds and take revenge as the Onryo. Ghost of Yotei comes out on October 2nd. Thank you so much for watching.
Well, we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, to be honest, the stuff that I really liked were all the different styles of combat.
And lose her weapon. But if she's quick, she can disarm them.
You're dead.
Choose the right weapon for the job. To fight a massive enemy, her huge Odachi blade is best.
Yeah, I really, really like that. That's really cool. I really like the different forms and weapons and styles of combat. Because I think Ghost of Tsushima was really good for what it was. But there were really only two ways of doing things. You either went in guns blazing like a samurai would, and typically had to use their stuff, and there were like different forms that you could learn, but it was all with the same weapon. Or you could go the way of a shinobi, and granted, again, still same weapon for the most part, minus I think like a blowgun, and just do everything stealthily. So I actually really, really dig the different kinds of weapons and stuff.
He looks like the one in charge.
Tonight, we feast!
But the other thing I really, really like is that they said this earlier on when they started showing us the different kinds of combat. They said she's not a samurai, and she's also not a shinobi. So she can do whatever the fuck she wants. She can learn whatever she wants. She can use those tactics and everything else to make her a better fighter. And that's really cool. That's really, really cool. Because in Ghost of Tsushima, it was either you go the way of the samurai or you go the way of the shinobi, and try and bring up your, call it a legacy, right? And then the whole point was that it may not necessarily be deemed as socially acceptable, but a lot of the things that were done got the job done. And that was kind of the point, is that the samurai were way too rigid. This one, she can do whatever the fuck she wants, which I think is really, really cool.
But ranged weapons work too, and Atsu's got an arsenal.
A bounty hunter? A ghost?
Thrown weapons like kunai, bombs, or even blinding powder can give Atsu an edge. When enemies switch weapons, you'll have to adapt. Dual swords are best against spears.
No more!
That, and I like the interrogating thing too.
Tell
That's
me what
cool.
you know about Saito.
Atsu doesn't always fight alone.
That's the stuff I really, really liked coming from this. The rest of it, for the most part, I mean, it's par for the course. You know, everything is gorgeous. Everything looks fantastic. The combat looks really decent. It doesn't look like a complete jumbled mess, which it could easily be, right? But it doesn't. It looks very, very, very well done. I like the attention to detail that they gave it, not only with Kurosawa's estate, but that director that did 13 Assassins, and the camera's a little bit closer, and there's a little bit more mud and a little bit more blood, stuff like that. I think that all adds to the overall aesthetic, which is fantastic. The only thing I didn't particularly care for, and I'm kind of worried about, is the card thing. The card thing really kind of throws me off a little bit, because again, I don't know exactly how that's going to turn out. I'd really, really like to think that it's not going to suck, but again, we'll see. I think it's right here.
Is a danger, which that's up to you.
Content.
Is it before this? Really?
Traveler's map from the cartographer.
It was really early in. Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was really early in.
You freedom, relentless, and
is also games of Japan. Open world
Edge of Japan.
New adventures and
yeah, here we go.
That could be appealing to you. If you interrogate an enemy, choosing to ask about the Oni, you could uncover.
See, this is cool. Being able to ask like certain topics. I really do like that. That's awesome. That's really well done.
Landscapes scarred by fire with more bold samurai-like enemies to fight and abilities for Atsu to learn. Or if you ask about the Kitsune, might lead you to an area filled with snow and deception, enemies that ambush you, and new ninja-like tactics to study. Atsu draws cards for each clue to keep track of all available adventures.
This is what I'm talking about, is this card system. I can easily see that becoming insanely overloading. I can easily see that being like incredibly overloading after a certain period of time. But honestly, I think it'll work for this game in particular. I just don't think they'd want to take this particular way of doing things any further. Because Sucker Punch is really, really good, by the way, especially through Ghost of Tsushima. They're really, really good at walking that really fine line where there is a lot to do, but it's not overwhelming, like most things are in, you know, these open world kind of games, right? They give you enough to keep you interested. They don't just absolutely overwhelm you right out of the gate, which is really, really nice. And it probably translates into this card system pretty decently as well, so that at the end you can go back and you can look at all your cards and go, oh shit, I missed one. What did I miss? Where do I get it? And then you can look it up, you can go back and you can play that shit, and okay, cool, right? So you have this little like card collecting thing that you can do. That's pretty sweet. But if this was, say, a Ubisoft game, you'd have 700 of these, and they don't tell you where any of them are, but you have a HUD that's going to tell you absolutely everything else, and also has pop-ups all over the place, which is insanely overwhelming. So, again, I'm kind of worried about this, but given that it's Sucker Punch and that they did such a fantastic job with walking that line the first time, I'm cautiously optimistic about it. You'd be looking for all the Riddlers. Well, okay, that's actually a perfect example. That is 1,000,000% a perfect example of something that is not only overwhelming, but also outstays its welcome so fucking quick. Because, especially in Arkham Knight, right? You go, oh, okay, well, I got more Riddler things that I have to do. And you're going, yeah, this is going to be easy. You know, you go to the... And there's even a couple of, like, main storyline missions where you have to find a couple of the question marks anyway. Okay, fine. And if it just ended there, it wouldn't be so bad. But then you go, oh, well, I mean, there can't be that many left, right? And then you go, okay, this is taking fucking forever. And then you look it up and there's 150 of the motherfuckers. Yeah, no. I will never, ever, ever do that again. Ever. That was miserable. It was literally 3 streams of me doing it. And it was fucking miserable. And I hated every single second of it. I literally, I don't give a shit what game it is. If there is anything that even comes close to the Riddler question marks, I will never do that portion of the game unless the story requires it. Never. I, like, wholeheartedly, I mean that. I will never, ever, ever do that again. Because that is literally 3 days that everybody else fucked off, and it was myself and Bloop sitting here for 8 fucking hours. And it was really fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again. Ever.
The more you play, the more the game unfolds for you. As she makes progress against the Otei 6, her legend as the Onryo grows.
It's her.
Bounty will go up, drawing the attention of deadlier foes.
Are you lost?
I'm looking for some old friends. The Otei 6.
Show her the door.
Let me tell you something. Bloop's a real one. Bloop could have done what literally everybody else did. Oh, you're doing the Riddler stuff? Okay, bye. And then they just fucked off for like the better part of 30 hours. Right? They show up to the start of the stream. Oh, hey, how's it doing? How you doing? And this, nope, they're gone. Soon as they realized what I was doing, they were all gone. And it was me and Bloop for the better part of 30 fucking hours. And Bloop's a real one because he was actively trying to help out.
There is a hefty price on Atsu's head. Now, Atsu can also hunt down her own bounties that bring her all around the land. This is a lucrative way to make some money to fuel her vengeance quest.
Yep, you're right. I did it. And I will never fucking do it again. Ever.
You're not of Clan Eguchi. You're here for my bounty.
You don't know why they went and did something like that? It's easy. It's to pad out time. That's all. It was just to give people something to do to keep them in the game for longer. That's literally what it was. Sure, completionists want to do that shit. I get it. But if you want to get the true ending to a game, in my opinion, it's really, really, really stupid to hide things like that behind that kind of gameplay where it's mind-numbingly boring, nobody gives a fuck, and by the end, you're glad it's over, not because you're able to get the true ending, but because you never have to play the fucking thing ever again. Like, that's, in all honesty, that's how I felt, right? Was I glad that I got the true ending? Yes. And that's the only reason I did it, by the way. But I could go literally the rest of my life without never playing that true ending ever again and going, yeah, you know what? That was a good game. Instead of having to remember the 30 fucking hours I spent doing that shit, and it was literally me and Bloop the entire time. And we were just so bored and wanted it to be done.
hidden in the...
Yeah, the Arkham clips are great, but the Arkham clips also, I think there might only be like a grand total of like 2 that have anything to do with any of the Riddler stuff, because the Riddler stuff is awful. And I love the Arkham games. Even Arkham Origins, for, you know, as imperfect as it is, still really isn't all that bad. Right? Is it of the same caliber as the others? No. But for what it is, it's really not all that bad whatsoever. But you'll never, ever, ever see me do Riddler shit ever again. Because if that's all that they're going to plan on doing with the Riddler, then fuck them. Because they really screwed up. Like, I remember missing that in Arkham City, and especially after doing it in Arkham Knight, I went, you know what? I'm really glad I never did this in Arkham City, because it was fucking miserable. Like, it was really that fucking terrible. Spoiled isn't evil, she's just drawn that way. Oh boy. Like, there were a lot of fantastic moments in the Arkham games, but oh my god, can you... I don't know of any other way you can kill momentum in a game faster. I really don't. So maybe there was something else that was supposed to be alongside it, but oof. It did not go well with the Riddler stuff. Oh, no, he's not being an asshole. He's just being Batman. This is awesome.
Hey, Batman! I guess Scarecrow gave you the slip.
Shut up. Okay, that was pretty awesome. That was awesome. I love it. Yes. Yeah, that's the beginning of the game. I really was hoping he was just gonna do that. Yeah, this is the beginning of the game too.
The city's overrun. We don't stand a chance.
Stay here. I'll send someone to pick you up.
It's epic as fuck.
Evening the odds.
Really? Wait.
How are you gonna stop that car?
Yes! This is the shit that I miss. This is all Unreal Engine 3, and this looks fantastic even by today's standards. The glow of the brake discs when it stops, and then it cools off. That is just so well done.
Oracle, I need to track that military vehicle.
Ooh, thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. Oh. Holy shit. Oh my god. And you can totally see there, unfortunately, too, the frames just taking a massive shit. Which is sad. Wait. I get a remote for the Batmobile? Oh my god.
60mm cannon operational.
Wait, what? I have a cannon?
Fire suppressor engaged.
Oh, this is amazing.
Batman, I've spotted 6 more unmanned tanks moving to Chinatown.
My Batmobile turns into a tank. Oh, this just gets better and better. And what I love, by the way, is they could have done all of this shit over again in Gotham Knights and in Suicide Squad and went the, no, let's just fuck everybody over model of making games. Oh no, I loved the rest of the game. I absolutely loved the rest of the game. All of them. And I'm so glad that I never did any of the Riddler stuff in Arkham City, because I knew exactly what was going on and I knew exactly what it was going to be and went, no, this is going to suck. And then everybody was like, no, you got to get, you know, it's your first time playing Arkham Knight. You have to get the true ending. And you go, okay, well, what's the true ending? Well, you have to do everything. So you have to 120% the game, right? And you're like, okay, 120%. What does that mean? Well, you have to do all the DLC and you have to do the Riddler stuff. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm not too fond of the Riddler stuff, but I mean, it shouldn't be too bad, right? You know, I have all these gadgets and everything and it shouldn't take too long. No, it was fucking miserable. And it's literally the only way you can get the true ending to the game. And it's like, that sucks so much. It was awful. Everything up until the Riddler stuff was fantastic. Absolutely everything. Even the true ending to the game was really, really well done. That Riddler stuff was terrible. I don't know why they ever thought that was a good idea. Because you don't, aside from being able to get the true ending of the game, you don't actually get anything out of it. That's the worst part. Think the most hated thing about Night was the Batmobile. I'll never understand that. I fucking love how they... Well, I can tell you that the reason why I hated it initially wasn't because of the Batmobile itself. It was literally because on the PC version it was so unoptimized that even my PC, which was built to play this game, could barely do it even after years of upgrades. Because the frames would just absolutely shit themselves. It couldn't load anything in fast enough. Because they just did not optimize this for PC whatsoever. Now on this PC, I can play it totally fine. I would never have a problem. But that's literally only due to the fact that this new PC is so much more powerful. It's essentially brute forcing the game to load everything as fast as the engine can take it, and the PC isn't even breaking a sweat. So, honestly, that's the only reason I hated the Batmobile stuff. I don't know why everybody else hated the Batmobile. I thought this was a really cool design, and it was different enough from Christian Bale's like Tumblr for Batmobile. It was different enough to where it was its own thing. Because it wasn't like Christian Bale's, but at the same time, it wasn't the, you know, Batman, like typical fucking 1960s Batmobile, and it wasn't Tim Burton's 89 Batmobile, and it certainly wasn't the Grasshopper Mobile that we end up seeing in Batman and Robin. So yeah, I thought it was really, really good, but yeah, the frames would tank. I could get like 45 to 50 frames on my old PC if I was just running around like Batman. And I literally was just on foot and kicking the snot out of everybody. That was fine. This would drop below 30 as soon as you got into the Batmobile and got up to any sort of speed. And it was really, really, really hard to control because, I mean, at that point, you might as well just be trying to suggest which general direction it goes in. Arkham Signal Simulator was fun. I really, really wish that there was more to Signal Simulator. Mountain Blade was fun. Yep. Kingdom Come was really good. Several others are some of the most fun streams. I'm trying to... Oh, I mean, the Metal Gear stuff that's... Everybody always loves that. We all love the Metal Gear stuff. I kind of feel like Death Stranding has its own, like, dedicated fan base, too. When you do anything Death Stranding. There was no reason that Signal Simulator should have been so entertaining. It was stupid. But it was simple and goofy and complex enough in all the right places for it to always remain interesting. It was so well done. I loved everything about Signal Simulator. That was just one of those really special games that I picked up and I didn't know much about it, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, let's try it out. And it was just magical. It really was. I couldn't get enough of it. Wasn't even stupid, it was really technical, but the thing that kept you hooked was the same element that keeps people fishing. Well, when I say stupid, I mean stuff like, you have like the little Easter eggs, right? So, for instance, you have the Easter egg of going through that hole in that building that otherwise like has nothing in it, and it's just a sea of facehugger eggs, right? And you're like, oh shit, is this gonna turn into what? And then it doesn't do anything, and it's like, okay, well, it's supposed to be a stupid Easter egg, right? Not saying that stupid is bad, just saying that's what it was, stupid little thing. Or the Halloween stuff, or the Christmas stuff, or what was it, Elon Musk's rocket taking a dump in the middle of launch and ending up in the backyard, stuff like that. Stupid little stuff, but it was joyous enough because it broke up the monotony sometimes, so everything would be nice and quiet, right? And then all of a sudden, here's Elon Musk's rocket, and it just into the fucking ground for zero reason other than the fact that you just so happen to hit the right frequency. You know what I mean? So it's like stupid stuff, but it broke up the monotony. It kept things interesting. It kept you on your toes, and it was just really, really well done. It was really cool, and I loved everything about it. It's like fishing, exactly the same mechanic. I mean, the funny thing is that if you think about it, literally all that scanning is just space fishing. I mean, how many times did we catch something and it literally wasn't anything special. It was just, oh, here's another thing. Okay, put it on the tape, throw it in the box, forget about it. And then all of a sudden something catches your ear and you're like, what the fuck is, oh my, what, excuse me? And then, you have all the mini stories and you got all those branching, like, there was so much shit, and it was literally space fishing. Did you play Voices of the Void? I did. For whatever reason, it didn't catch me as much as Signal Simulator. I don't know why. It's not that it's bad by any means. I thought it was actually really well done, but I don't know what it is. I think there was just something was missing that Signal Simulator had and it didn't. That really just makes Signal Simulator what it is. Oh, it was absolutely a pure gem. The other one that was a pure gem, and I can't remember the name of it, was the one where you had to be the censor for the TV channel. I can't remember the name of that one, but that one was a lot of fun. That one was really, really fun, too. The dance thing. No. This was the one where you sat in front of a console and the TV show had like a 10-second or a 10-second delay or something. So somebody would say fuck on TV, but it was your job to go back and hit the button at the correct point so that it would bleep out the word fuck, so that when it aired on TV, you just have the bleep. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun. That one was so much fun. I really liked that one. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. There's another one that I really want to play. And I'm hoping to get in contact with Chobo and seeing if, maybe it could be like myself, Chobo, maybe Wit, and one other person is Peak. Peak looks like a lot of fun. It really, really does. I've seen a bunch of people play it. I've heard nothing but good things about it. It's stupid, but that's what makes it so good. It's literally all about climbing. I got you hating that? Hating what? The kid and his friends have been playing that all summer, nonstop. It's such a stupid game, but it's so fun. It's so fun to watch. Peak. I don't think I'll hate Peak. I don't think I will. I've watched a lot of people play it. And it really does look like it'd be a lot of fun for sure. Like that with Cozy Groove. Cozy Grove, not Groove. Here you go pass out. Thanks, Shadow and Chad. I had a good time, but I must sleep. Crit. Have yourself a good night, and we will see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. With Cozy Grove, huh? Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun. There hasn't been like many, I guess you'd call them party games, that like have caught my eye recently. I know that there's another one. I think there's one called Demonologist, if I remember correctly, that's basically Phasmophobia, but with all different sorts of demons. It looks okay, but it's not Phasmo. Like, we're never going to get the same amount of fun that we had out of Phasmo, right? Yes, there's Among Us, but, I mean, we've all played Among Us, and I think that time has come and gone. You have Repo, which looks fun, but I can see how it would get old. You have Lethal Company, same kind of thing. It looks fun, but it also seems like it would get old really quick. But then you have Peak, and literally it's just about climbing, and that's it. And it's cartoony, but it looks fun. It's stupid enough to the point where it keeps you engaged. I would like to see you play Party Animals with friends. Funny thing is, I wouldn't be opposed to playing something like Party Animals. It's getting everybody else to want to play Party Animals. I've seen some of the funniest VODs from Repo. Yeah. Someone needs to make a game like Peak, but it's cave diving. Oh, God. Jesus. Isn't that just Deep Rock? I don't know. I've never played Deep Rock. I think I've seen it a little bit here and there, but nothing like that is specific enough to remember. But yeah, like, I would love to play Peak. I would love to play Party Animals. There's a couple of others. But it's getting everybody else to want to play it, or getting everybody together to be able to play it. That's kind of always been the issue. Like, honestly, let's say she wanted to tomorrow. If Wit came to me tonight after I finish the stream, which I'll be doing here in a minute or so, but if Wit sent me a message tonight on Discord, said, hey, I really want to play Elden Ring, but I don't want to play it alone, and it's a really, really big game. Do you want to do the co-op with me? I'd be like, yeah, in a fucking heartbeat. Absolutely, let's do it. And I download Elden Ring, I do whatever I need to do for the seamless co-op mod, make sure she was all set, we test it out and everything, and I know we'd have a lot of fun. We'd have a ton of fun, right? But for whatever reason, Party Animals, stuff like it, Lethal Company and stuff like it, Repo and stuff like it, and I know that there was a YouTuber one, I think it was called Content Warning, even stuff like Phasmo and Demonologist and Peak, for whatever reason, it is so tough to get people not only A, interested, but B, together to actually be able to do it. I have no idea why, but it always is. Yeah, absolutely true. It's just, it's always, always, always tough. I don't know why. I wish I knew, but yeah, no clue. But having said that, that is it for me for tonight. I do want to thank everybody for watching. We actually got some stuff done in Dune, which was really cool. We also watched those 3 videos, and I know you guys will really like Damie Lee. She's fantastic. She's got so many great videos out there. Really interesting stuff. So please, at the very least, go like her videos, but I would highly suggest you subscribe to her. She's got awesome stuff. We saw the Ghost of Yote thing. Looked really interesting. We'll see how it goes, for sure, but I'm definitely just as optimistic about it as I was Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah. That's pretty much it. So, I mean, we did get a lot done. We covered a lot tonight. Tomorrow, or later on today, I will be back. I will absolutely be back, for sure. Remember how you did the 40k lore stuff? You should do like a 30-minute or hour segment of stream going through Dune lore. That could be interesting, actually. That could be really interesting. Yeah. I could see that. I mean, if that's something you guys would like, I can do it. It just, it takes a bit of work. It really, really does. So, I mean, if that's something you guys are interested in, let me know in Discord, right? I'll put a thing up. I'll put a poll up and see how many people would be interested in that. Because I wouldn't mind doing it. It's just I don't want to do it and then nobody really gives a shit and it's not worth going through. Fuck that, I'd hate it. Well, we had Itzy, we had True, we had Spoiled, we had Aelin here, we had Corgi. I think Alpa was here for a little bit too. We had a bunch of awesome people tonight. We had Crit. So thank you, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. I will be back later on today. I will also keep you guys updated because it's either going to start Sunday night or it's going to start Monday night that I actually do all the brisket stuff. And I'm actually going to try and put together like video for it this time, which I think would be fun. Wait, what is? Thought we were getting a new hurricane. His weird meat bomb. No new hurricane, no. Long story short, I had a brisket flat in my freezer, but it has 0 fat on it, so it was going to need a lot of help. So I went out and I bought a brisket point, which has all the fat, and I'm going to cook them together. Right? But I also said, yeah, but you know what? I really want a corned beef brisket too. So now I'm going to cook all three of them, but the corned beef brisket's going to be pulled apart and used for Reubens. So it's going to be smoked corned beef brisket Reubens with sides of smoked beef brisket, baked, homemade baked mac and cheese, cornbread, and a blooming onion. Because I was like, fuck it, why not? I don't get to do it all that often, and I have 3 that I have to do, so let's just do it all at the same time. I get a bunch of it, the neighbors get a bunch of it, all that good stuff, and then everybody's happy. I think I'm in love with you, don't tell my husband. Fair. It was actually really funny earlier today, because I was thinking, okay, how am I going to do this? How am I going to time it? And all this other shit, right? And then I thought, you know what? Maybe I could just make a basic salad too. Not necessarily because it's going to do you any good. Like, the veggies are going to go right out the fucking window anyway, right? But maybe it'll break up how rich everything is going to be. Because it's all going to be insanely rich. I may just need a snack. Well, that, you know, fair, Itsy. That happens. But yeah, so I'll keep you guys abreast of that stuff. Also, touching on a little thing that Spoiled did bring up. Next week might be tough, but we're gonna keep pushing through. I only say it might be tough because it's supposed to rain all fucking week next week, but it's supposed to be like the shit that Texas has had all week next week. So we'll see how that goes. Right? This is like the Texas rain that literally fucked everything up for a bunch of people kind of rain. So yeah, we'll see how that all goes, but I plan on pushing through it. I just don't know how everything is going to be. We'll see, but I'll keep everybody abreast and everything with that. So that's all we can do for now. But thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I am out for now. Until I see you all later on today. Have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here: try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you all later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a good night. I'm out. Take care. Bye now.